Mr. President, with the permission of the chamber, I move that we tackle the budget of other executive offices, namely the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, the Mindanao Development Authority, the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, and the Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, other executive offices, which is only Southern Philippines Development Authority. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader. Any objection? There being no objection, we shall now proceed to consider the budgets of the agencies mentioned by the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize Senator Pampilo Lacson to present the budget of the offices mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. There are 4 agencies under the Office of the President: Mindanao Development Authority with a budget under the GAB of 170,411,000 pesos. National Commission on Muslim Filipinos with a budget of 551,832,000 under the GAB, with a reduction of 21,130,000 in the Senate version, for a net total of 530,702,000 pesos. Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process under the GAB, a budget of 8,062,519,000 pesos. And the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office with a budget of 50,111,000 pesos. Mr. President.
Okay, so four agencies are under consideration. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I thought the sponsor will also include the budget for the Southern Philippines Development Authority.
1 minute suspension, Mr.
A
President.
minute suspension. Mag-maintain kayo ng silence din. Medyo may email.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed. SPDA?
Yes.
SPDA with a budget of 41,058,000 pesos, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have no reservations for interpellation, so I move to close the period of interpellations for the named offices and move to this budget of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, Mindanao Development Authority, Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, and the Southern Philippines Development Authority be deemed submitted for consideration.
Is there any objection that the budgets of the 5 named agencies be deemed submitted for consideration? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is hereby approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session for 1 minute to allow the Department of Justice executives to join us in the gallery, in the session hall.
Session is suspended.
We're ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Justice together with all its attached agencies.
There is a motion to consider the budget of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies. Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Loren Legarda, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, to present and defend the budget of the Department of Justice.
Senator Legarda is recognized.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Laila de Lima to interpolate.
Senator De Lima is recognized for interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to the DOJ family. Good afternoon to Madam Sponsor. May I know if I'm
Good
the
afternoon to the former DOJ Secretary, my dear colleague. I am certain that you will support the DOJ budget, especially since you belong to the family, and I'm sure many of these men and women with me today have been your colleagues.
May I just respond
Yes.
with a question?
Yes, Mr.
Why
President.
would other people, or would some people be entertaining the thought that I would do otherwise?
Oh, no, I would never entertain such thought. That is, I just wanted to put it on record clearly that this will be a brief interpellation in support of a DOJ budget.
Yes, Madam Sponsor, thank you so much. Indeed, I rise today to give full support to the budget of the DOJ and to not definitely block the passage of the budget for the DOJ. May I know, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, and to Majority Leader, I suppose I'm the only interpolator for this item?
Senator
So
Lacson
far?
will also interpellate.
Oh.
My vice chair will interpellate again. Okay.
Thank you. But before I start my interpellation, Mr. President, I just wish to make a very brief manifestation. About a few hours ago, or about 2 hours ago, we were all taken aback, taken by surprise about the news, a very distressing news for many, about the sudden burial of the late dictator. Everybody was taken by surprise because, first of all, we see the Supreme Court decision to be not yet final and executory because there is nothing there in the dispositive portion of that decision which says so. Therefore, it should have been subjected to the 15-day rule of filing motion for reconsideration. And if that none is filed, then the decision may be deemed final and executory, or if a motion for reconsideration or motions for reconsideration will be filed, it would be filed, then after disposition of those motions for reconsideration. But here we are, we thought when the first batch of news came in, we thought it was just a fake news. But we were all taken aback because lo and behold, we just heard that the burial has been done. The remains have been airlifted and buried. Nakakasindak po yung mga ganyang mga pangyayari. It's really very revolting. It's distressing. Para bang ang iniisip po ng mga tao, bakit po ganyan? Binibigla lang po tayo. Masyado po tayong iniinsulto. Nasindak na nga po tayo dun sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Lalo tayong sinindak dyan sa circumstances behind that burial. Very surreptitious. Kaya nga po, as we speak, or as I speak, ang alam ko po, marami po ngayon ang mag-a-assemble sa iba-ibang lugar sa National Capital Region para ho ipakita, ihayag ang condemnation dyan sa move na naman po yan ng ating kasalukuyang pamahalaan na klarado naman po sa lahat na plinano po talaga nila yan. Klarado naman po sa lahat na kasama po sa plano na ganyan ang gagawin, pasikreto yung pagsagawa nung paglibing na yan. The reason why I'm saying this, Mr. President, is that kung wala po sana tayo ngayong budget deliberations, mas gugustuhin ko po na sumama din dyan sa mga mass actions na yan na nagaganap o magaganap ngayong araw hanggang mamayang gabi. That's just a manifestation, Mr. President, but nakakahiya naman po kasi sa ating DOJ family na kahapon pa ho sila nandito, o pumunta na po sila kahapon dito, and I would have made a request earlier to the Madam Sponsor na kung pwede i-move na naman natin ang deliberations ng DOJ para lang ho magawa ko yung plano ko na gusto ko rin po sanang sumama dyan sa mga protesta na yan na nagaganap at magaganap ngayong araw at posible sa mga susunod pang araw. Having said that, Mr. President, may I now proceed with my interpellation. I'd like to begin with Bucor.
Bucor. Okay.
Mr. President, alam po natin na nagkaroon na ng Bucor Modernization Act which was signed into law last May 24, 2013. The IRR was issued on December 12, 2014, and there is even a revised IRR which was issued only last May 23, 2016. My first question is, may we be informed of the status or stage of the implementation of the Bucor Modernization Act so as to be able to see whether any of the activities or any of the programs and projects that have been contemplated under this law have a corresponding budget?
Madam Sponsor, Madam former Secretary, I am informed that while the Bucor Modernization Law was enacted during your term as DOJ Secretary in 2013, the implementing rules and regulations were only approved this year. And
The revised.
the
yes.
revised rules, and in December of this year, by next month, the organizational structure, which is presently with DBM, will be transmitted to them, and so I understand it's not yet being fully implemented? Yes. Yes. So I don't think we can see a reflection of that in any budgetary allocation yet in next year's budget, Mr. President.
Not even, Mr. President, in respect of the upgrading of personnel, both in the number of personnel and as well as their
Wala pa.
compensation and other benefits?
It's all with DBM yet, Mr. President.
So no implementation yet?
However, you will be happy to note that there is a modest increase in subsistence allowance of inmates, which your chair has done based on the hearing that was conducted, an additional of 10 pesos, a total budgetary requirement of 163,479,850. That is in our Senate version. That's a difference from the NEP and the GAB, Mr. President.
Thank you for mentioning that, Madam Sponsor, because as far as I can see, that's the only significant budgetary support that is being introduced in the GAB.
In the Senate
Subsistence-
version.
And in the Senate version, subsistence and medicine allowance. From the GAB, it's only 50 pesos subsistence, but is being sought to be increased by the committee to 60 pesos
Tayo 10 pesos.
and 10 pesos for medicine allowance. So is this the only item?
Insofar as Bucor is concerned, yes, Mr. President.
What about the construction of new facilities to assist in the decongestion, or in order to solve the decongestion problem?
I would suggest that the DOJ includes this in their NEP of 2018 because there is no provision in the NEP of 2017 and we don't have it yet in the Senate version. Inasmuch as we would wish to include all of these requests and we understand the dire need, Mr. President, there's just too many agencies asking for requests. And the frustration is you see a lack of absorptive capacity in some agencies and you see unspent funds being reverted to Treasury. And so perhaps in the next year's budget, we can see the DOJ increasing the request emanating from the NEP for the Bucor, which would include the capital outlay for new facilities.
I'm constrained, Mr. President, to raise that matter because even in the sponsorship speech of the good sponsor, it was stated here that we need to support a humane correctional system that will promote the reformation of offenders. So as such, we have provided 163 million for the Bureau of Corrections to increase our prisoners' daily subsistence allowance. Now I take it that Bucor has not even attempted to propose for the corresponding budget for the construction of new facilities. Because I believe, Mr. President, that even without yet the IRR of the Bucor modernization law, and even without yet, even without yet the Bucor modernization law, Bucor could have very well proposed the corresponding budget for the construction of new facilities because Bucor and even the DOJ itself as an institution knows that the root cause of all this prison-based criminality and of all these problems within the National Bilibid Prison is decongestion. And the National Bilibid Prison now is severely congested. So the only way is to distribute the excess inmates from the National Bilibid Prison to the existing other prison facilities like the 6 or 5 penal or prison farms of the Bucor. But they cannot do that without providing for construction of additional facilities. And if I remember correctly, during my stint in the DOJ, Bucor has consistently proposed almost every year a budget for the construction of additional correctional facilities in the various penal farms. So I wonder why that was not
Yes.
done this time.
Mr. President, allow me to just bring to the attention of the good former secretary that your chair in last year's deliberations and implemented in this year's budget included capital outlay, which is just being implemented. Maybe it's not even up yet for the congestion of prisons. May I just put into the record, Mr. President, Iwahig Prison and Penal Farm, 5 million. Sablayan Prison and Penal Farm, 5 million. Leyte Regional Prison, 6 million. San Ramon Prison and Penal Farm, 5 million. Davao Prison and Penal Farm, 5 million. Now, may I ask the DOJ whether they've actually utilized this? Nagastos na raw, is it already up? Apart from that, Mr. President, in 2015 GAA, there's 78.9 unused appropriations, and that will expire in 2 months. So I asked them to spend these funds. Apart from that, Mr. President, there is 46,669,000 in the present year's budget, which they can use for other needs, apart from the budget you have now. So good housekeeping and budgeting actually means, Mr. President, that whatever funds we give must be utilized. And it's not like we are insensitive to the needs of decongesting our prison. Of course, we need better facilities. It is, the condition is subhuman, I admit. We also urge the agencies, including the attached agencies of the DOJ, to please utilize their budget there is 78.9 million that will revert to Treasury by end of the year if it is not utilized.
So
May
the
we
next
ask-
question
yes.
therefore is there a plan already or the projects for that? For
May
the 78 million
78.9.
unused?
Oh, pwede niyong gamitin.
When dalawang buwan na lang po. Because in the proposed budget, in the GAB, under
Miss-
locally funded projects, there are only two items: construction of perimeter fence for the Leyte Regional Prison,
The reason why you're
and the
not-
expansion of camps perimeter fence of the Davao Prison and Penal Farm. But nothing about construction of
Yes.
additional facilities, which are the real needs of Bucor.
Mr. President, first, the 78.9 can still be used because it's continuing from 2015. And the 46 million is continuing for 2017. If you put this together, 78 plus 46, that's 130 million additional from their present year budget, which they should be utilizing, apart from the 5556 that I mentioned. So,
Thank you.
yes.
So I just hope that the Bucor management should take note of that. But my concern is that the 7 to 8 million would be expiring the end of this
Bakit hindi nyo i-open?
year. Pwede pa ba yun next year?
No, na DOJ funds ito eh. Let me see. Is this, that's Bucor. It's not DOJ, it's Bucor.
Bucor po.
Oo.
My
Itong
question is
78
on Bucor.
Alamin po nyo, meron kayong 78, sayang. Ang laking bagay nun. Ha?
We allow 96% obligation for 20%.
Magkano natitira? Anong buwan itong 78 nyo? Anong buwan itong 78 nyo? As of June. Oh, anong natira po?
We are requesting for realignment, but requesting I believe again
Realignment from?
sa New Bilibid Prison na po.
NBP. There was a realignment request but denied. There was a realignment request but denied. Oh, can you just check this 78.9 if you've obligated it since the time that I was given this? Is it as of June 30 to? Nagamit na. Nagamit na. Nagamit na yun. Naglaps. Yan na nga, sayang may mga naglaps na pondo eh. So, it's not just for Bucor, Mr. President. All agencies, may mga naglaps na pondo. Nakakahinayang. They may not know the funds are available or maybe there's really very slow utilization or because of the Procurement Act or everything put together, nasasayang po ang pondo, mabalik sa Treasury.
I believe that the construction of new facilities in the various penal farms of Bucor is of urgent necessity if we are to seriously address the severe congestion problem in National Bilibid. That's why my next point, Mr. President, is that what is the status of the planned transfer of NBP to Fort Magsaysay? I haven't seen any definitive statement from the current administration, although I came across certain news reports saying that the secretary is open
Yes,
to that.
Mr.
So what is the
President,
status?
May I read into the record the status of the transfer of Bucor? The bid submission has been moved to April 27, 2017. The plan to reconstitute the PBAC and PMT in preparation for the bid submission is done. There are outstanding concerns, are there, about the project site which needs to be dealt with. There is concern about tying up future governments to quarterly payment. That should be addressed. They're looking into the possible linking the project with the NBP redevelopment
So no actual bidding has been done yet.
in April yet, Mr. President.
So there is a scheduled bidding,
Yes.
which I think has been moved a few times already. But may we just ask for a categorical information from the DOJ whether or not this will push through, or is this
Nakatakda na po. Pati oras po, 1 p.m.
for
Nakalagay, 1 p.m. April 27, 2016, 1 p.m. Ang bidding, di ba?
so since ibibid pa lang ho ito, so wala pa talaga
Bakit may
naka-earmarked.
time?
Hindi pa to pwedeng i-consider for next year's
time ng bidding.
budget.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I need to really push for my point earlier, that I think there is a need for Bucor to start the construction of new facilities
I agree.
and intended for next year.
I agree.
So, pwede pa ho kayang makahabol yung budgetary requirements for that? Because I cannot imagine how the congestion problem at the Bilibid will be dealt with or will be addressed for the next months and for the next year. Were it not for that, if we consider transferring a portion of the inmate population of the NBP and distributing them to various penal farms, but if you do not have the facilities for that, then hindi po mangyayari yan. Anyway, Madam Sponsor, if I can make that strong suggestion for the Bucor. Dati na ho kayo dapat may mga plano tungkol dyan eh. The Bucor. So maybe it's just a matter of reviewing those plans and then isubmit uli yung budgetary proposal.
What the former secretary is saying, that it's not new, that it doesn't mean just because the government is new that we should shelve the old plans, that there are plans for the Bucor. Is that what you're saying, for expansion,
Yes,
rehabilitation?
Mr. President.
We will ask them to submit so that it can be prepared for the 2018 NEP and included so that it doesn't have to be an augmentation in your budget.
What is the current ratio of prison custodial personnel to inmate? And also the current ratio of rehabilitation personnel to inmate?
The ratio is 1:62, Mr. President, of prisoner to guard, custodial guard.
Because there are two
One is to
classifications of personnel, the custodial and the rehabilitation personnel. So for custodial personnel, it's 1:62.
62, Mr. President.
Rehabilitation personnel,
Rehabilitation.
I think that was lump already.
It is lump.
Yes. 1:60.
It's still 1:60.
so both are way beyond
Rachel.
the ideal ratio.
Way beyond.
Would a good sponsor confirm that the ideal ratio for custodial personnel to inmate is 1:7,
Yes.
while that for reformation personnel to inmate is 1:24?
Yan po yun sa Republic Act 10.575.
Dapat 1:24, ideally. Yes, ideally.
So what steps are being undertaken by the current leadership to address that shortfall?
We're still waiting for the implementation of the Republic Act 10.575 so that we can increase the number.
And you'll get,
How many more personnel are needed to reach the ideal ratio?
About 5,000 personnel.
plantilla.
Gagawin kasi yung uniform.
Yes. There's a need for 5,000 more personnel if we are to abide by the 1:24, Mr. President.
1:7 and 1:20.
1:7 and 1:24. So 5,000 personnel have to be hired.
Is that covered by the existing personnel
By the
plans of the Bucor for 2017 and even after 2017?
It's not covered in the 2017 budget.
At present, how many prison guards, organic prison guards, are actually in tour of duty? Because of course we know that a SAF complement has been deployed in Bilibid. So how many are the organic
1,909.
prison guards?
Number of guards, 1,909.
There are 1,990 prison guards, organic to the Bucor.
Rendering duty currently.
Yes, Mr. President.
They're not undergoing any retraining. And no group of organic prison guards are undergoing any training or retraining? Because I thought that was one of the justification for the deployment of the SAF contingent, because the bulk of the organic personnel would be reportedly undergoing retraining. So that's not true?
All the training was already conducted last August.
Done already.
Yes.
So they're all back.
They're all back.
1,990 to 90 on top of the SAF complement.
Yes, Mr. President.
And how many is the SAF complement currently deployed at Bucor?
There are 420 staff.
And what is
detailed.
the real arrangement about the deployment of SAF personnel? I suppose that is only on a temporary basis. Is there a projected time frame?
The staff are deployed to the maximum security area.
And building 14.
I'm sorry?
And
Building 14. They're deployed in Building 14 and the maximum security area.
The 420.
Yes, the staff.
And how many are deployed at the Building 14? And since when
No,
did the SAF
420
contingent?
are deployed in both the Building 14 and the maximum security.
And they started
And they started last July 20.
July 20. What is the status now of Building 14? How many inmates are there? And are all these the so-called high-profile inmates?
They are high profile, high
What is the capacity and what is the
58.
current
The capacity
occupancy?
of Building 14 is 58 inmates. And what's the capacity, what is the occupancy? 44, okay. 44 inmates in a building with 58 capacity.
Am I correct in assuming that the same inmates who were transferred there during the time of the former Director General Rainier Cruz, are still the very same inmates
These
who
are
are
the same
staying
inmates.
in Building 14?
Yes, Mr. President.
No change whatsoever? I want that confirmed, please.
May mga nadagdag, but basically, ma'am, sila pa rin po yun. 90% there's
90%. are the same.
90% of the original occupants
Of
of
the
Building
original
14
occupants.
were the very same inmates who were placed there.
Yes, Mr. President.
And the 10%, who were they and why were they taken out of Building 14?
involved sa illegal drugs.
Oh, the 10% are the suspects in the illegal drugs.
Mr. President, my whole assumption is that all of the inmates that were transferred or who were transferred from the maximum security, the regular facilities there, to Building 14 are all the drug suspects.
Was the assumption. Pero yung iba sa mga kasi
And in fact, kulang pa nga dapat yung 53 capacity na yan eh.
So, hindi lahat drugs. The occupants of Building 14 are not all those suspects in illegal drugs. The others were are there from other
But equally high profile.
carnapping, kidnapping. But the assumption
Herbert
was
Colanco was never convicted of a drug-related offense, correct? Because he was convicted of kidnap for ransom, KFR,
KFR or robbery?
robbery.
Robbery,
robbery.
according to the Bucor.
But he is now deemed a drug personality, and that is why he is one of those transferred supposedly in Building 14. So is Mr. Colanco still there in Building 14? As far as I know, he's supposed to be there.
I understand that he is in the AFP Custodial Center, Mr. President.
Originally, he was there.
Yes, he was in Building 14.
When was he transferred to the AFP Custodial Center, before or after he testified in that
After-
House inquiry?
He was transferred after he testified.
Were there other drug convicts who were transferred from Building 14 to another facility?
There are 7 others who were transferred to the AFP Custodial Center from Building 14.
And what was the reason for transferring the others? Were they also among those who testified in the House
Yes,
inquiry?
Mr. President. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And what is the basis for the transfer? How about those who were supposedly injured during that riot in Bilibid, so-called riot? Are they still there in Building 14, or were they transferred also?
Yung mga nag-riot, ma'am, yung mga suspects, yung tatlo sa AFP Custodial Center, yung tatlo, yung mga victims, nandun sa building 14.
Hiniwalay. Yung mga nag-riot po, hiniwalay. Yung kalahati sa AFP Custodial Center, yung kalahati na sa Building 14.
Si Mr. J.B. Sebastian, nasaan po siya ngayon? Building 14?
Building 14.
Yung sila Peter Co. and Vicente C., yung mga nasugatan din in the
Building
course of
14.
that riot.
Building 14.
So natira po sila sa building,
Yes,
sa building
Mr. President.
14.
Yes, Mr. President.
Has the CHR exercised its visitorial powers in the Bucor prison
They've been there.
facilities?
They've been there, Mr. President.
When did they go there? How many times did they exercise?
They've been there several times, Mr. President.
They were never denied
They were never
the
denied.
visitorial, the exercise of their visitorial powers.
No, Mr. President.
How many times have there been raids or surprise inspections for the last 4 months?
Hindi na po mabilang dahil madalas po yung mga raid.
Kasama po ang Building 14.
Kasama ang Building 14.
So several times na rin po renade ang Building 14.
Yes, Mr. President.
Meron ho bang mga resulta yung raids na yan? Meron ho bang mga yields yung mga ilang beses na mga raids na yan since the new leadership took over, including the deployment of SAF?
And a lot of gadgets,
Gadgets like cell phones were confiscated and 56 firearms, Mr. President.
Still. So meron pa rin po mga nakuha, including Building 14?
more, building 14 more on cell phone.
Cell phones in Building 14.
Cell phones only. Paano po nangyari yon? When SAF
Ito ma'am yung mga naitago na nila, no? Yung mga bago dumating.
SAF supposedly na po ang nakabantay.
It must have been kept before the SAF were deployed.
How many times have Building 14 been inspected since
Since the SAF came in.
4 times.
July?
4 times since the SAF were
And every
deployed.
time there are a yield of cell phones?
Yes.
Saan po kaya mga tinago yun?
Magaling magtago.
I've
Di ka
been in
masasagot.
Building 14 po nung binuksan po ang Building 14. And there are cells, individual cells. So how can there be hidden cell phones there all this time?
Walls.
Napaka-creative naman ng mga taong ito. They're hidden in walls, in ceilings. So my suggestion, to the inspecting authorities, suyurin na nyo para minsan lang. Tanggalin nyo ang kisame. Tignan nyo yung, dapat meron kayong yung metal inspector para makita na nyo, hindi lang physical, ano. Parang di raid ng raid.
Ginagawa namin ngayon, ma'am, is focus operations lang.
Next question, lahat po
Hindi
ba,
na tayo-
lahat po ba ng kubols na demolish na?
Yes, all kubols have been
Completely
demolished.
demolished? When was the last kubol demolished?
Pagdating na rin po na sa
When the staff arrived, all kubols were demolished, Mr. President.
How many more kubols were demolished after the entry of the new leadership of Bucor?
There's no more kubols. Wala na pong kubol.
merong isang building doon na pinagawa ng inmates na hindi namin sinira.
But no more kubols.
Wala na po.
Gano'n. Wala na pong kubol, pero meron daw gusali. Sayang naman po. Eh, hindi naman gastos ng gobyerno.
Yes,
O di gamitin nyo. They're being practical. They're not demolishing the concrete structure built by the inmates. How much did it cost? Two-story structure. Sinong gumagamit?
Mga inmates din po.
Inmates din. Sila na nagpagawa. Maganda yun. Baka PPP.
Madam Sponsor, so when we were talking about kubol, how is that defined? What is a kubol and what is a structure?
A kubol, is it a Filipino word? I actually don't know. A kubol, I think, is a hut. Di ba?
So,
Kubol is a Filipino word for cubicle. I see.
cubicle, okay.
But we're talking now of
So,
buildings.
Yes, so naiwan ng structure, yung paghati-hati sa loob, tinanggal. Ganun po ba yun? Cubicle eh.
Hindi. The
Yan ba yan?
kubols
Kubol?
inside the two-story structure.
Yun, ma'am. Pero there are still kubols before
Outside.
na sinira nila. Kasi
Outside
wala
of a
sa-
two-story. So all the cubicles outside of the two-story structure were demolished.
Okay.
But the two-story structure was not demolished. Sayang naman daw.
Doon naman po sa executive clemency, ilan po ba ang nakapending ngayon ng mga applications for executive clemency?
Sino sasagot sa akin?
Let me first lay down the premise, Mr. President, Madam
There are 80
Sponsor.
cases, 80 applications for executive clemency.
And what is the status of those applications?
What's the status?
All these 80 cases are submitted for resolution. Actually, it's the president.
Yes. 80 have been submitted, Mr. President.
To the Office of the President.
Yes, Mr. President.
So this passed through already the Board of Pardons and Parole
Yes,
with the
Mr.
corresponding recommendations. Now, the past administration, the Pinoy administration, also made it a policy not to give executive clemency to those convicted of drug-related offenses or of rape. So even if BPP, the Board of Pardons and Parole, would occasionally recommend the grant of executive clemency, even to those convicted of drug-related offenses or of rape, invariably the president, the former president, Aquino, would reject such recommendations of the BPP. May we know whether that is the same policy that is being considered or adopted by the present president?
None of the 80, Mr. President, are drug cases. They have not recommended any pardon, any executive clemency for drug cases.
So no pending
Yes.
recommendation for executive clemency. Let's go to the,
These are old people. Old and sickly, Mr. President.
all of those. Yung pending po. These
The
are
pending
the,
are mostly, or all,
And sick.
old and sickly inmates.
let's go to the JVA, the DPPF Tadeco joint venture agreement. What is the status of the JVA? The joint venture agreement between Davao Penal and Prison Farm and Tadeco, which covers 308.36 hectares of the Davao Penal Farm Reservation. I'm asking this question about the status of the JVA because based on the study of the DOJ, the JVA is of dubious validity because it's not a mere management contract awarded to Tadeco for the management of an agricultural enterprise in DBPF lands. It is essentially a lease agreement whereby the Bucor gave the right to Tadeco to use DPPF lands for what is essentially the commercial purpose of running a private agricultural plantation for profit. And may I know what was the income of the Bucor last year and the projected income of Bucor this year from such an arrangement?
Part nun pupunta sa ito, gagamitin lang sa
And how much is the share of Tadeco?
Anong share? Meron kayong sharing mo?
pero mag-profit.
And how is this income treated? Part of the general fund
Just submit that.
or trust fund?
No, meron kayong
Trust
facts?
fund, ma'am, trust fund.
Meron kayong memo
Yes,
dyan?
yes.
Meron saan?
Meron kang date.
Hindi, ngayon. Sasagutin ko.
Check.
For the information of the body, especially to the good sponsor, among the recommendations of the DOJ then, during my time, was to revoke the JVA and have the lands of the PPF first titled in the name of Bucor before declaring it available
Submit na lang natin.
for lease.
Could we submit a memo about that? Actually, I have all the numbers here. I can read to you the rental, goes to NBP, etc. It's very long. Could we kindly submit, I'll ask you, can you submit a memo
Yes,
by tomorrow?
yes.
Saturday pala, o Monday?
Monday.
Mahaba eh. Kasi I can just read into the record the rental, the share of Tadeco, there's production share, there's, ang haba-haba, it's a long matrix. And then
And the income is part of the trust fund?
And the income.
Yes,
eh, part, it goes to the
And is
trust
it
fund.
among those supposed to be under this, the revolving fund for agro-industrial products, under the special provisions, or is that a different
Is
item?
that being followed?
Under the special provisions, Mr.
It's a
President,
trust fund.
of the GAB?
Bucor.
Yes. For the benefit of the inmates only.
For the it's a trust fund, it's being followed. Part of it goes to the trust fund for the benefit of the inmates.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Mr. President. I'm also interested to find out about that. I'm familiar with Tadeco. I didn't know it was Bucor land, but perhaps you could submit a memo so that there's an update. Because according to the former secretary, her submission then or decision was to terminate. So, what's the decision of the new?
I think they were sent for it to be continued to provide livelihood to
Yes. The decision, Mr. President, is to continue to provide livelihood to the inmates, and since a portion of it goes to the trust fund for the inmates.
Even under such a dubious, as I mentioned, it's of dubious validity. And
I would not be in a position to answer that question. I do not know the agreement. And
I hope that
Yes.
the current leadership
it's
of the
DOJ who
DOJ
approved it.
would look into
Yeah.
that.
I'm not certain under whose administration that was.
Medyo matagal-tagal na po yan. And that's why we had to review that during my time, and we made that recommendation, although there has been no action yet. So what I'm saying now is for the current leadership to consider,
To look into it.
to look into the
Yes.
validity of such an arrangement. And based on that document, I want to know how much exactly is the share, the yearly share
Andyan,
of Bucor under that arrandment.
andyan. bigyan na lang ng mahaba. Oo. Dito po, there's a lot of figures here. It's 35 million a year, more or less 35 million a year, Mr. President. But I asked them to do a comprehensive memo for you, and we take note of your recommendation during your time to terminate the alleged dubious but arrangement, but I will not be in a position to comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I go now to NBI?
NBI. Upo, dito NBI. Sige po, hi.
We also know that NBI now has this modernization law enacted June 23, 2016. And one of its provisions provide for the retention and use of NBI clearance fees and other fees. Has the Bureau been able to take full advantage of the provisions on retention and use of NBI clearance fees and other fees?
Nagamit lang niyo yung batas. No, you're able to retain your income. Mr. President, I know that because when I was vice chair of this committee and the law was not yet enacted during your time, you asked me for help for the NBI, and I included that provision on the retention of income, which was vetoed by President Aquino because there was no law yet. But now that the new law, authored by Senate President, was enacted already, that was just last year. And so it will just, they're allowed to keep their income starting 2016, just this year. 30% of internally generated income is allowed to be retained.
You are also the co-author, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm being humble, so I just gave the
And
credit
thank
to
you for the authors. Thank you for the authors of that law, finally. That's really quite needed. So the Bureau is now being able to take full advantage of
That's
the
big
provisions on
income,
retention.
that's 30%. Magkano yung 30%?
And how have these funds
That's
been
100
used so far?
I'm sorry? Ang 150 million a year din yun. Malaki. No, they're allowed to retain 2016. Ba't sabi nila next year pa?
Yes, there is a retention provision, and this is supposed to be to
So,
provide
kung
means for the
2016,
Bureau,
wala pa silang income nila this
under the
year.
law,
Di ba?
to, among others, hire additional agents and support personnel,
Effective na this.
train them, increase their salaries, acquire state-of-the-art investigative and intelligence equipment, and establish, among others, forensic and scientific laboratories that are vital to its criminal investigation, detection, and evidence-gathering work. So meron ho ba tayong mga concrete planned procurements for the Bureau in the coming year in relation to this thrust? Napagbigyan na ho ng NBI yung matagal na nilang ninanais.
Napasa yung batas.
June 23 to
June.
So are they using it now?
Ang batas naman immediately effective eh. Kailan to? July. Tapos na ba yung IRR? Teka, Rachel. No, I'm asking because the law was passed in July. So,
Last
August,
year.
September, October, November, December. Sayang pa rin yung 5 buwan na income na 30%. Could your finance officer check, even if the IRR is being done, you mean if the IRR takes very long. Yung income cannot be, it's already a law. It's just implementing mechanism, and the law is so clear. It's 30% of your income, not to exceed 150 million. So, that's due you. So, ask your legal and your finance to please look into it. Buti pala nabanggit yun. Thank you for that question, because we've been fighting for that.
Yes, we've been fighting for that, but now it's there now. So why, it seems
Saan ang finance nyo?
they're not yet availing of this?
Saan sa Davao? Can you please ask your finance, because you should be availing of it already. Para hindi nyo isole sa treasury by December. Hindi, ang income sa inyo eh. Internally generated yun. So, base sa batas, itago nyo ang 30%. Huwag nyo sisoli sa treasury ng December. Yeah, sa inyo yun.
Because under the GAB, Mr. President, what I see here as somewhat significant allocation would be for the criminal records management and modernization activities, pegged at 213,559,000. And under the locally funded projects, ICT priority projects of 80,194,000. So this criminal records management and modernization activities, which is part of the operations, 213,559,000. Dito ho ba kasama yung NBI clearance, or is that different?
Teka, ang sagot.
And what exactly are these? The criminal records management and modernization activities. Under which item of the GAB would the NBI clearance fall? And is this different from the ICT priority projects? What are the ICT priority projects of NBI? Under this item, 80,194,000.
Alam mo, hindi. There is a provision, Mr. President, for the ICT projects for PS, MOE, and capital outlay amounting to, what is this?
80.
80 million, Mr. President, yes.
So what are these ICT priority projects?
Anong ICT projects po yun? Sinong head ng ICT? Sino pong head ng ICT? Ano pong mga proyekto nyo sa ICT nyo? Improvement ng clearance. Ibig sabihin, anong ibig sabihin ng improvement ng clearance? Equipment. Para mas mabilis ang BIR clearance, ang mga NBI clearance. This would include, Mr. President, computers, so that the clearance, NBI clearance processing could be expedited for more efficient processing.
So this is related to the clearance. So ano naman po yung criminal records management and modernization activities, and as against the scientific criminal investigation services? Separate item din po yun eh. Scientific criminal investigation services, 140,010,000.
Scientific criminal investigation. Ano po yung scientific criminal investigation? Sino in
That's one of the thrust of the NBI modernization law. On the upgrading of the crime laboratory, forensic capabilities of NBI. Dito ho ba yun? The Scientific Criminal Investigation Services?
Actually, you're correct. You answered your own question. Yes, it's probably to
improve forensics, to use science to help solve crimes.
If that is the case, how come there is no specific allotment for capital outlays? These are only for personal services and MOOE. When we talk about forensics, shouldn't be the first focus would be the purchase of equipments, and therefore capital outlay? How come personal services of 91,369,000 and MOOE of 48,641,000, or a total of 140,010,000? So nasaan po yung mga bagong equipment dapat na yun po ang alam kong matagal na rin na hinihintay ng NBI?
Tabi na NBI dito. Tabi dito. Ay, hindi kayo ready, ha? Ano nga ba itong scientific criminal investigations or the forensics na? Ano ba? Ano pa? Computer crimes division, sakop dito. This would also deal with computer crimes.
Session is suspended.
Yan ang hindi ko maintindihan.
Hindi kayo handa sa cue cards. Di ba sinabi ko lahat i-read? Anticipate yung mga tanong. Ay, di. I would reach out to talk to Pombing. Huwag siya paintayin na. Kasi mahaba ito eh. Alam ko na yun eh. Alam ko na yung request mo. May sulat ka nila? One lang. Sa house. Oh. Ano nga? Ay, gusto nyo ganon? Wala na lang. Sino naglagay sa house? Pag-usapan namin sa Bicam. Pag-usapan namin sa Bicam. Isa zero. Kasi, sumunod ba 6 division?
Para sa Director Guerra.
Okay. Okay. Ready to resume, Mr. President. It's the same number of positions. Tumaas lang ang mga sweldo. Bakit? SSL.
Session is resumed.
Yes, Mr. President, based on your question on the positions and why the amount increased, this is the salary standardization where there's been an increase. They did not increase the number of positions, but it was adjusted because of the SSL. First and second tranche, Mr. President, according to the LBRMO. So it's the same positions. But there's been an increase because of the bureaucracy-wide SSL.
So we're just talking here about the personal service and the MOOE for
The PS,
the PS, for the
Yes.
Scientific Criminal Investigation Services,
yes.
but no corresponding capital outlay for new equipments
I think they
in
requested,
upgrading the forensic capabilities.
they requested from DBM, but apparently it was not approved. But you know, they can use part of their internally generated income for the acquisition of equipment.
How about the criminal records management and modernization activities? So what are these modernization activities contemplated? And PS lang po din ito and MOOE.
Ano yung inyong modernization activities? Ano po yung inyong modernization activities? Ano yung mga modernization? Ano activities po nyo? Hmm? Saan po ito? Hindi. What are your modernization activities? Ano po ang inyong modernization activities?
Kasi ang gaganda po ng mga label, ang gaganda ng mga nomenclature. But
So ito po,
how come kapag tinatanong na ho natin yung specifics, wala ho silang kaagad na bibigay.
tinatanong mo yung simple, ano ba yung inyong mga modernization activities? Ano? May example for
And this is 213,559,000.
Wala nga capital outlay yun eh. Ano activities? Yes. Oo, yes. Ano ba yung activities nyo na hindi kailangan ng capital outlay? Just tell me, what are your activities? Where would you spend your MOE on? Ay, naku. Siyempre, dapat alam niyo yung activities niyo. Ano ba ito? Mag-invento o para sa inyo?
Training, yung mga training ng training.
Training of computers. Mr. President, the MOE for the Cybercrime Division would include training of our IT experts against hacking and cybercrime activities.
So kasama ho dito yung Cybercrime Office.
Yes, Mr. President.
Maybe to save time or to pwede ho bang ilagay nyo na lang ho yan sa dokumento?
Sa memo.
Gusto ko lang pong malaman yung mga specific ano dito because sayang po ang mga pagkakataon na ito.
Maganda po ang inyong mga tanong at gusto ko rin po malaman. Hindi yata sila.
Please submit na lang.
Submit. Salamat. Siguro
you.
lahat ng tanong nyo, isubmit natin sa kanila sa Monday. Tapos papuntahin ko sa inyong tanggapan, sagutin kayo para handa silang lahat. Para
Matagal
lahat
ko na
ng...
po silang hinihintay, napuntahan ako, wala akong pumupunta sa
okay.
akin.
I will, ganito, to abbreviate the proceedings, may I ask the
Gusto ko
NBI
talaga-
Director and the heads of the division of all with budgetary implication to submit a memo on Monday morning and to report to Senator De Lima and explain to her how this will be spent. Yun. Ngayon, para hindi akong sasagot para sa inyo. Hindi kayo handa mag-backstaff eh.
Because I get the impression as if
Sayang yung pera, tama. Gusto natin malaman
masasayang
lang
uli
kung-
ang pera kung
Hindi
wala yung
kasi-
mga specific na mga...
Tama. She wants,
Pap.
tama naman siya. She wants to know, tingnan niyo yung budget ninyo. Anong activities dito? Bakit PSMOE, walang capital outlay? Kaya ba nyo na walang capital outlay? Bakit dagdagan pa niya yung capital outlay? Ito, ganun lang kasimple. At dapat alam naman nyo yung budget nyo. Anong activities nyo. Ganun lang yun. Magdagdag pa siya nga eh. Meron ba kayong may provision for vehicles? Kailangan pa ba? O, yung internally generated income nyo, saan nyo ilalagay? Base sa inyong modernization, ano ang inyong gagawin? Yung sa forensic, yung DNA, di ba? Meron ganun. Ganun, alam niyo yun. So, Monday, NBI, magre-report sa inyo. Anong oras, Senator? O, sa umaga. Kasi may budget pa rin kami. Sa umaga, they will be here with a memo and ready to answer the questions in private.
Just send the relevant official.
Yes.
It need not be the director himself.
Yes.
Kasi baka may mga ibang mas
Ah.
priority trabaho po. So just the appropriate official, because I've been looking at the gap and hindi ko po masyadong matrace ano ba ang talagang mga plano dito ng NBI. Dahil may pera na, may magagandang mga description ng operations, ng programs, but I'm at a loss on exactly how this is going to be implemented if there are no indications of what are the PAPs involved.
Actually, if I may answer yes for them, and I'm sure this is what they mean. Based on our law, the modernization program shall be geared towards the acquisition of state-of-the-art systems and procedures, investigative and intelligence equipment in order to enhance the operational capability of the NBI. The establishment of forensic, yan, binanggit na natin, and scientific laboratories, the continuing implementation of a refleeting program through the acquisition of new vehicles, the upgrading and updating of the NBI's organizational structure, the conduct of trainings which we already mentioned, and professional advancement of the personnel. So these are just some of the elements of the modernization program, but perhaps Senator De Lima is asking for specific activities to meet these objectives of the modernization program. Yun lang
For
po
so
hinihingi.
long, NBI has been pleading and waiting for the modernization law. For so long, the NBI has been pleading and waiting for the use, for the retention of income of a significant
So, saan
portion, and it
napunta?
has been
Yun
given. Now that it has been given, I don't see any
Reason.
effort
Yeah.
to really try to achieve what they were expecting to achieve when the wherewithal has been given to
Ang
them.
hinihingi lang po,
I will move on,
Ano yung
Mr.
mga
President.
activities?
Now, under Section 5 of the NBI Modernization Law, it shall have primary jurisdiction to undertake investigations in, among others, extrajudicial, extralegal killings. So my question is, how many such cases are now under NBI investigation?
JK.
EJKs. Especially that it is your primary mandate. You have the primary jurisdiction. NBI has the primary jurisdiction to investigate EJKs more than any other investigative agency like the PNP. It's not it's not an exclusive jurisdiction, but it is a primary jurisdiction. So if it is a primary jurisdiction, then NBI must have by now started investigating these EJK cases. Nag-iimbestiga nga ang Senado.
Yes, Mr.
Nag-iimbestiga ang CHR. So why not NBI?
Mr. President, I am informed by the NBI director that the Baybay Leyte killing is being investigated. They're doing a parallel investigation of the Mayor Espinosa killing in prison.
So can we ask NBI to submit a list of the EJK cases they are currently
So they will
investigate-
include that in
investigation.
the report to you on Monday.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pau, we all know that under Pau law,
sa Monday.
I think I raised this during the committee, the subcommittee hearing. Under the Pau law, its primary mandate is to serve as the principal law office of the government in extending free legal assistance to indigent persons in criminal, civil, labor, administrative, and other quasi-judicial cases. That is the primary mandate, and the key word there is indigent.
Yes.
However, it also has an expanded mandate that it may be called upon by proper government authorities to render such service to other persons. So this is taken to mean that even if not indigent, subject to existing laws, rules, and regulations. What is the existing manpower complement of PAO? And is it sufficient to discharge its primary mandate and in addition, its expanded mandate?
After DILG, ilan pa, ano tawag yan? Ilan pa ako DOJ? Oo, teka. Lahat to? Oh, no. Hindi, lahat yan, paalisin na lang. Nandiyan sila lahat? Kawawa naman. Lahat ito? Sino sa PMS nandiyan? Si Bongo nandiyan?
Sa lawyer,
Okay.
1,600 authorized position.
Oh, sandali. There are 1,693 lawyers, Mr. President, and 1,025 lawyers.
What is the authorized positions?
Non-lawyers.
What's the authorized
Well,
number of
I just read
positions?
the authorized positions, 1,693, and field is 1,609. Insofar as non-lawyers, 1,025 authorized, and 1,024, just one unfilled. So,
Regarding the expanded mandate, because even if, you know, you have 1,609 PAO lawyers all over the country, and I suppose even for the primary mandate, especially as a public defender or defending indigent accused, kulang na talaga ang manpower ng PAO. Lalong kulang yan in the exercise of your expanded mandate. Now, under the law, insofar as the expanded mandate is concerned, the PAO may be called upon by proper government authorities to render such service to other persons subject to existing laws, rules, and regulation. May we be informed
Gordon.
of the laws, rules, and regulations that are used as basis for calling upon the PAO to discharge its expanded mandate, and that is to render assistance even to non-indigent persons?
Memorandum of agreement.
Na ano?
Kasi dyan po ako nagkakaproblema.
The exercise po. Dun sa
It's very difficult for me to appreciate and understand
it is
that expanded mandate of PAO when in the first place its very primary mandate ay hirap na ho kaagad or hirap na ho dati ang PAO
and
because of manpower constraints.
with other government agencies.
So what is this existing laws, rules, and regulations that would serve as the guidelines in the PAO's discharge of its
So you have
expanded
memorandum of
mandate
understanding with
na
the
kahit
agency
hindi
to assist
indigent,
them. Yes.
pwede daw.
Yes.
Manual of operations namin.
Mr. President, the PAO has an existing memorandum of understanding with government agencies to assist them on certain issues, and that's included in their operations manual.
Manual.
And can it be confirmed that PAO has a sort of first come, first served policy in accepting clients?
Yes, ma'am.
I've been told that if both parties to a criminal case are indigents, the PAO can only represent one of them, and the other has to find other representations. Is that still the
Yes,
current
you're-
policy?
You're correct. There's a first come, first served basis.
And
on
is this a
criminal
matter of
cases.
policy to avoid conflict of interest, or is it a function of, because of the shortage of manpower?
Conflict of
Both-
interest yan. Kami naman ang i-charge ng...
Yes, Mr. President. And so, to avoid issues on conflict of interest, that is their policy.
And are there existing guidelines or standards as to pag mga ganyan na because I remember that CHR has they informed me that when they were trying to seek assistance from PAO to assist some of their witnesses in the EJK hearings, is that true that PAO has declined because they have to represent the police officers instead?
Did you decline the CHR? No?
Can you check that, please?
They say that there was no such request. Did you deny the CHR? They don't know. They're not aware of turning down the Commission on Human Rights.
If we can determine that, please, if we can try to find out, because I'm having a problem with that. Because if that is true, you know, because clearly,
Ang kanilang polisiya po ay first come, first served.
so since the police came to you first,
Because of the first come, first served, so they just follow that policy, but that they are not familiar with having turned down any request from the Human Rights Commission.
thank you. Sa NPS na po, I'm trying to expedite now.
Thank you,
I'm trying
thank
to
you.
speed up in fairness to, in deference to the others who may wish to also interpolate on DOJ.
Ano yung NPS?
NPS po,
Prosecution. Okay. Yan, ikaw alam mo to. Diskusyon mo pa.
may I know if there are manpower movements or yes, personnel movements within the National Prosecution Service in the past weeks, in the past days? Are there prosecutors being assigned or reassigned to other areas? State prosecutors from the main office being reassigned to local offices?
Ano? From where? From to again, from the central office, DOJ, to where? There have been some prosecutors from the central office who have been detailed to the provinces,
And
to the field offices.
and what was the underlying reasons for this? Are these senior state prosecutors? It's not usual that senior state prosecutors from the main office are getting assigned to local prosecution offices. What is the reason? And is that considered a demotion?
Ah, akala ko DOJ. Yes. Mr. President, in the interest of justice and service, there are provinces where there's a need for prosecutors, and so from the central office they were sent to the field offices. Yes, Mr. President, like in Compostela.
Because there are no takers for those vacant positions? Are these positions vacant?
No applicants.
There are vacant positions. But instead of hiring new ones, there are no applicants? I'm
no
just want-
applicants for the position, and they had to be served. These areas have to be served, and so they detailed this.
Can I ask for confirmation whether among those that have been assigned or reassigned to local prosecution services are in fact senior state prosecutors in the National Prosecution Service?
Yes, there are senior prosecutors.
I would like to get a list of those who were reassigned, but for my information, you need not submit that to me,
Yes, they will provide you the list along with the report on Monday.
and the underlying reason.
Service and justice.
Because in the interest of service, in the
Yes.
interest of justice, this
Yes.
is quite broad.
It's temporary. It's just 90 days, a maximum of 90 days, and they're detailed temporarily in those areas, Mr. President. And as I said, those are the areas where there were no applicants, and to avoid disruption in cases, these areas had to be served, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next point is on the prosecutor's allowance. This is actually one of the more contentious issues. I've been advocating for the grant of prosecutor's allowance and to be taken from the national budget, should be part of the GAA instead of allowances from the local government units. Of course, we all know that it's provided in the local government code. The local government units can, in fact, give allowances and other support to local offices of certain national agencies, including prosecutors, including courts, including judges. But it raises some conflict of interest issues, a possible conflict of interest, and it raises also questions like the objectivity of prosecutors, because there are times when the local executives themselves are parties to criminal cases filed before the prosecutor's office. This is not a popular initiative. I know that many prosecutors do not want that proposal, but wala naman pong masama at mas maganda po sana na instead of getting it from the local government units, dahil discretionary naman sa LGU, hindi naman lahat na LGU ay nagbibigay ng allowance sa mga prosecutors. At kung nagbibigay man ay iba-iba pa yung amount. So why not get it from the national government, ilagay na mismo sa GAA, and in a uniform rate nationwide? I've been pushing for that, but it's been it's not welcome actually to some prosecutors. Is the current leadership of DOJ open to that proposal? Because if they need a law, an amendatory law, or a law amending the relevant provision or provisions of the local government code, this representation is willing to do that. Para wala na ho, hindi na ho galing sa LGU, kundi from the national government.
Additional allowance, I see. I understand. Ako yatang auto ng prosecution act eh. May benefits na yun eh. Yes. The prosecutors already are entitled to their benefits and allowances under the law, Mr. President, and some local governments also are willing to provide additional allowance to them. I believe, if I understand the question correctly, is that the senator wishes to include in the GAA additional allowances for our prosecutors.
Instead of getting them from the LGU. So let's try to rationalize those allowances. equalize,
While
rationalize.
we are, yes, that would be difficult to do because yes. While we believe that our prosecutors should be given equal or additional benefits, but they should be receiving these benefits and allowances under the law because they are plantilla, no? They are plantilla. They should have all the benefits that our Senate employees are also
Yes.
receiving. Now, assuming they need additional allowances, there should be a presidential directive, an issuance, or even a new legislation for increased benefits, and we would welcome that.
Thank you.
Maybe an amendment to the present law.
That's in the local government code, but that is what, to me, is objectionable.
Eh, nagbibigay nga yung iba.
Hindi lahat
Hindi,
po.
may batas na. Hindi, no, ibig sabihin, there's already a law. They're already receiving benefits under the law. So, what Senator De Lima wants is additional benefit. Di i-revise yung batas. Ha? Oh,
With the permission of Senator De Lima,
With the
Senator
permission of
Gordon
Senator
wants
De
to-
Lima, I think,
Okay,
I
Senator
believe
Gordon, go ahead.
Senator De Lima is saying that the independence of the prosecutors are impaired by local governments giving them allowance. And
So we
this is
should
not
not-
uniform.
Yes.
And the principle that is trying to expound is that they are already in the plantilla. And
Yeah.
if anybody should give an allowance, it should be the Department of Justice. It should be in the budget. There should be no further allowances because that will mean influence that is undertaken by the local government. They also do it in the judges. I was a mayor.
Yes.
I'm always asked that.
Dapat wala.
And I believe in principle they should not be given those allowances
From LGU.
because there should be sufficient money from the national government to provide for our prosecutors. That way they maintain their independence.
Thank you. That's exactly my point.
Yes. So my point was, Senator Gordon,
Yes, my dear.
yes, and Senator De Lima, is if you want an additional allowance in the GAA, I need the legal basis because they are already receiving allowance and benefits under the present law. And so perhaps any of us can file amendment to the legislation, to our law, to increase their allowances. Otherwise, every government employee sector will ask for additional allowances from us in the GAA. Why did we give additional in the GAA for the prosecutors when they're already government employees with all the benefits of Senate staff, BIR staff, and etc.? So, amend the law so there's a legal basis.
Well, what are we amending? We have to know first. There should be an express provision prohibiting the grant of allowances by local governments. Out of ethics, even...
No, we're not
Wait,
talking
wait.
about local governments. What I'm saying is that the law, assuming we want to give additional benefits to them, and we would,
That is not the point, Your Honor. Excuse me,
Yes.
Senator Legarda. The point here is that there is already a GAA that provides for the prosecution, right, for the prosecutorial staff.
yes.
What local government does, or what some ingenious prosecutor, I'm calling it, I'm being polite, is say, bigyan nyo kami ng allowance. Ngayon, that gives an extra edge to the local government in case meron sila mga favors na hihingiin sa
Hindi
fiscal.
tama yung pagbibigay ng
Hindi
lokal.
tama yun. Bawal dapat yun.
Oh, hindi ko sinasabing ilagay sa GAA yun. Hindi ko rin sinasabing tama yun. Ang sabi ko, kung kailangan ng karagdagang
No, we don't need
benepisyo,
that.
hindi,
Are you asking for an increase?
additional benefits.
My
Additional
point
benefits.
is
Kasi
that
kawawa naman ang prosecutors, maliit lang ang
it's
sweldo.
improper to receive from LGUs
Yes.
those allowances,
We-
although I know that this
It's
is
a
actually
practice.
authorized in the law. That's the local government code. And that's why Congress has to look into that and amend that particular
That's the
provision.
rule.
The whole point is that we should not be accepting budgetary support from the LGUs. We are part, DOJ is part of a national agency
We
and
could,
therefore
Teka.
should be funded and supported
Yes.
by the national
Okay.
government.
We here do not disagree with each other.
Yes,
We want our prosecutors to be paid well. And so,
Yes.
do I understand it to mean that the request is let us provide extra benefits in the GAA aside from what is due them? So, may I have the amount for prosecutors that you wish to amend and the legal basis for that increase in their benefits? My fear, however, is if we give that to the prosecutors, every other government employee sector will ask for that increase in the GAA. But I did not say that local governments must give allowances to prosecutors. Neither did I say that that should be included in an amendment to the NPS law. All I'm saying is that I am one with you in giving the just compensation and benefits to our prosecutors. Now, if the suggestion is additional benefits and allowances, please tell me how much, tell me where to get it from the budget, the legal basis for that, and what will I do if all other sector in the whole bureaucracy, the PAUs will also ask, everybody will ask for additional allowances. Why did I grant only the prosecutors and not the others? So please help me with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Alam ko po dyan ay meron ng dating computation for that because I've been asking that always from the Finance Department in consultation with the National Prosecution Service.
the
But we will consider the, Mr. President.
Secretary, Senator De Lima, in my opinion, the proposal to prohibit LGUs from giving additional allowances to prosecutors must be in a bill. Yeah, right, in a bill, and then to be discussed in the proper committee, which would be the Committee on Local Government.
That is correct, Mr. President. In fact, my office has started to craft that bill
Yeah, okay, good.
already. But we need to have a substitute for that, and that is why my proposal is for the national government to provide those allowances instead. So kung kulang yung binibigay ngayon from the national government sa GAA, it's just a matter of augmenting the amount rather than accepting these allowances from LGUs. Yan lang
But
naman.
I share the sponsor's concern, and she's looking for the legal basis, because even if we give the amount and it turns out we have no legal basis, there will be a ruling by the COA that they should return amounts received without legal basis. That's a possibility. Is that a possibility? Is that a possibility? That's why, is that, Madam Sponsor, is that why you're looking for the legal basis, so that?
Mr. President, let's just put the facts clear. I believe it is not contained in the National Prosecutor Law, NPS law, that local governments must give any allowance to prosecutors. Second, the practice happens in some areas. This is probably an unwritten rule. It's not a rule. It should not happen, but we know many things happen that should not happen. So LGUs, nagkukusa, nagbibigay, nagpi-PR, hindi tama. Lahat naman tayo dito nagkakaisa, di ba? PG?
Nasa code yata yun. Allowed.
Okay. Hindi tama sa tingin natin. However, in the local government code, I am told,
It's allowed.
kayong eksperto, local governments may give. So, hindi naman pala totally unethical or unlawful because the local government code said that they may give allowances. So, if you want to outlaw that,
Yes, bill.
then amend the law
Yes.
and say because this will impair the independence of the prosecutors. Now, the concern of Senator De Lima, which I share, is, oh, kawawa naman sila, kulang. So, di bigyan ng extra allowance, but please give me the legal basis
I know.
because like the combat pay, the President issued a directive, hinanapan ko ng pondo, nandyan sa compensation adjustment sa MPBF, may combat pay. Kung gusto nyo yung prosecutors bigyan nyo ako ng legal basis because I cannot unilaterally just give any sector in government. Yung combat incentive pay, may executive order si Pangulo. So, I would ask if we really believe that first tatanggalin yung kanilang allowance sa local government by enacting that law to amend the local government code, magkukulang yung allowance nila, that is not unlawful totally because it allows it, then we ask the President to issue a directive to give an allowance like he did for the combat pay. Yun ang ibig ko sabihin. Okay.
There's another remedy, there's another
Yes.
solution. It's a matter of augmenting.
Augmenting,
Kung kulang
yes.
talaga yung current amount of the allowance, it's a matter
Pwedeng
of
hazard
augmenting
pay, di ba?
that. Yes.
Oo.
Thank you.
Yun, hazard
One last
pay.
point, it's about the confidential and intelligence funds of NBI and Bureau of the Bureau of Immigration. I noticed that both have allocation of 20 million each
Saan to?
only.
BI.
BI and NBI, confidential and intelligence funds. I asked them during the subcommittee hearing if they need more. And I suppose they said yes, but have they submitted a request, a formal request for an increase,
Magkano ang intel nila?
20 million each? Dati na ho yan, it's always 20 million each.
Okay. Hindi, 20 million. Tapos pera. Diba? Kasi na-retain nila yung income naman nila. 20.
But if they say that they don't need more, then I won't push for that. But if they say they need more,
Do you need more? Hindi na ho sila humihinging dagdag, Mr. President.
oh, so that's the end of story.
They've increased to 20.
So 20
BI
million.
from 8 to 20 and
From 8 to
NBI
20.
20 million, Mr. President.
Okay.
They can make do with that.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Oh, I
for your
thank you for,
patience.
thank you so much, Senator De Lima. I will stand and thank you. Thank you for that. And on Monday, the NBI and the other agencies, the DOJ, will submit what we promised earlier, and will send the heads of agencies, if needed, to explain further. So I appreciate your interventions. May I ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President?
Before the suspension, Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
just as a reminder, I did not want to butt in. I know while they were discussing, but I know that during budget deliberations, we give a little elbow room to our colleagues. But just as a reminder, I hope we avoid addressing each other when we are debating, because sometimes it leads to something else. So, with
Yes.
that, I move to suspend, Mr. President.
But earlier, actually, all our views were consistent. There was actually no debate. We were actually consistent with each other. Anyway, there's a motion to suspend. Session is suspended.
Sabi ko, Senator Gordon.
Wala naman.
Sabi ko, Mr. Ugali din. Laila, thank you.
Tandaan nyo ma'am natin, nagkaroon kayo ng 25,000 across the board. Pero hindi pinag for lack of legal basis. So di ba yung sa nila. Pero yung intention nyo talaga, sige na. Local allowances, 25,000. Sa kanila. We look into that now. Sige ba? Kasi pinagsabit natin yung mga field offices, sige, ipapagenerate ko. Hindi na natin eh. 25,000 din natin ko kayo. Across the board. Tinitingnan namin, isang option po pwede natin nasa request na natin. Tinitingnan namin. Law enforcer lang yun eh. Law enforcer lang yun ang hazard pay. Law enforcer lang daw. Buhayin lang natin yung ating proposal. Provide.
Numerology. 1 o basta 1. Numerology yan. Kasi nagkatinang ko sa mga defense secretary. Sabi niya, hindi ko alam. EFP lang. EFP lang. Hindi alam mo yung secretary. Malas niya. So, totally the delegates sa AFP, kung gano'n. Walang pa si Lawrence. Lawrence,
Medyo ma'am, kasi yung hinahanap yun mga capital house, sasama ko nila yun ma'am, yung sa proposed program nila, yung 150 million. Yung kanina na may tatlong items na MOP na sinasabi nyo, family development, di ba yun ang hinahanap? Kasi yung breakdown yan, kasi
walang corresponding capital outlay. So, ibig sabihin,
so training yun eh. Ang purpose mo, whatever na dito nakuha sa mga sa use of insurance.
Actually, pwede mo justify na outlay sa equipment, training mo na dun sa mga software. So, yun yung bago na training. Tapos siguro, mag-funding na yun yung may capital outlay. Wala kong finance. Pero kahit na i-back up halimbawa sa access, magbibigay ka ng LGU dyan.
Pero walang legal basis yun. Lalaki na lalo yung divide ng matapagod ng project versus sa similarly situated buyers in the first place, yung mga convention yan sa nila, yung gaan ng divide sa tawa.
Pero syempre, hindi mo pipigil. Syempre, gusto niya pag may ina-up, isa lang provision. So, the provision may saan ka ba? Seminar, budget. May job order pa yung mga judges. So, one right job mo, pasweldo yun ako.
At rules of the Senate.
Haba naman, pare. Haba. Diet.
sa iba. Yun nga medyo pero yung inalat sa pay, kung less than 1%, yun na yun.
Yan ang tinatanong ko kung yun ang legal basis ko. Pinang farming.
Ano, okay na? Sorry. We're ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
To continue with the interpolations of the budget of the Department of Justice, may we recognize Senator Pampilo Lacson to interpolate, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lacson is recognized.
Madam Sponsor, konti lang po ito. Maiksi lang. Promise.
Promise. Less than,
Having come from law enforcement, Madam Sponsor, it is almost an intuition on my part to assist law enforcement agencies. In fact, in 2011, 2012, maski inaaway ako ni Senator De Lima noon. No?
Hinanap ka ba ng
Joke lang, joke.
hinanap ka ba ng NBI no?
I still augmented yung budget ng BID and NBI. No, pina-augment ko to upgrade their or assist them in their computerization program. No, alam nila ito. This time around, yung BID, I want to assist them. And kung kukuha naman tayo, mag-realign or mag-augment, medyo malaki yung requirements nila because they're planning to build their own building. Because right now, they're housed in a 2,000 square meter property. Yung kanilang building is a 3,000, yung floor area, nasa mga 3,000 square meters. And yung kanilang, the people transacting business with the BID, medyo lumalaki. And that's my first question. How many on a daily basis are transacting business with BID? Bureau of Immigration.
around 5,000
5,000 people.
people in the main
Daily.
office are transacting
On a daily
business
basis.
daily.
Yeah, and I understand they have their own revenues, di ba? It is a revenue generating
Yes. Yes, Mr. President.
agency.
Yes, Mr.
So,
President.
meron tax and non-tax. How much in revenues, both tax and non-tax? Say in 2015, magkano bang na-generate ng BID dyan?
2015 revenue.
Ito, para mabilis, kaya kay Senator Loren, 3.2 yung total, tax and non-tax.
Alam mo pala yung
Total
sagot
na yun,
sa
di ba?
tanong mo eh.
That's for 2015, di ba? Sa 2016, you're expecting something like 3.6 billion.
3.6.
And sa
ito pala sa akin,
2017, anong projected ninyo? 2017,
3 billion? 3 billion, Mr.
3.5.
President.
No? 3.578. So almost 3.6. 2018, Ganun din, nasa mga 3.5 and 3.6 mga sa 2019. These are projected revenues. But yung actual nyo sa 2015, 3.2. So, and I understand also that you were able to purchase a lot somewhere here, malapit sa Senate, di ba? Sa Diosdado Macapagal Avenue. 6,000 square meters. And may butal. And you're planning to at least jumpstart. At least makatayo man lang kayo maski pundasyon. So, we're looking at the tax and non-tax revenues. Para hindi na tayo mga abala sa mga ibang agencies, para wala na rin controversies. So, how much would you need to at least start the construction of the building, at least for 2017?
1.5 billion. They need at least 1.5 billion for capital outlay, Mr. President.
By the way, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, the use of income is not without precedent. Dahil even in 1999, previous years, pwede naman talagang gumamit ng income, yung mga, especially yung PNP, NBI ba merong revenue generation on your own? Meron din.
Sa present year,
Clearance. How much are you generating? Baka gusto mo rin magpagawa ng building?
inflation. Oo, 2016. Allowed.
6 million a year. Never mind.
Benito.
So, how much ang initial need ninyo to, at least
So yung
to start the
present year,
construction?
Benito ni Pino, yung use of income nila, they need 1.5 billion for the
1.5
capital outlay.
Billion pesos.
Billion.
And you're generating, you generated in 2015, 3.2. And in 2016, ang projection is 3.6. So, tama lang, wala pang 50% ang gagamitin. So, at the proper time, Mr. President, and I hope the sponsor will support me on this. Baka pwedeng, I will introduce an amendment sa budget ng BID, ng Department of
For the use of
Justice,
income.
use of income.
But only for capital
Only
outlay.
for capital outlay.
Earmarked for the construction
Earmarked
of
for the
building.
construction of their new office. My question is, what will you do with the old office, the one that you're occupying now? It was built in 1968.
will be used for the NCR office.
It's still BID.
Yes, ma'am. And then detention. And then record.
Magandang building yun. Ito building in Tumuros, no? Ang ganda yan.
But it's building for
Ang old nga maganda eh. Ang old nga maganda eh. Oo. By the river pa yan eh. Ganda yan.
we can use it also.
Pero kayong may-ari niyan. Sige.
Yes. They will still use that for NCR office and detention, Mr. President.
Detention center na lang.
Detention center
And the NCRPO
NCR
office. Yeah.
and storage.
But I would like to warn you, kasi meron ding history ng veto ito. In the previous years, almost always, binibito ng Presidente. So, I would suggest that you discuss this with the Secretary of Justice. So, masabihan na, ma-heads up na si Presidente, wag i-line item veto. Kasi baka masayang naman yung amendment namin sa use of income under special provision, pagkatapos ibibito rin pala. Papaawain mo pa kami doon sa Malacanang. So, I would suggest that you discuss this matter with the Secretary of Justice, so para smooth sailing. And I just hope my colleagues, at least those who are present here this afternoon, will support this.
Can you please
When
state
I-
your provision, Mr. President?
No, I have yet to draft or craft the
But in essence, it is a use of
income under special provision.
Yes. Is this the income from the express lane?
No, income, yung kanilang revenue generating activities.
Immigration fees.
Yes.
Immigration fees income for earmarking for the sole use of the construction of the building here in,
For capital
for
outlay.
capital outlay. Okay.
And they will use not even 50% of their income. So,
Iba pa yung special provision on the express lane. Iba yun.
Hindi magka-conflict. Okay.
special provision yan.
Okay.
Walang basta ipinasok natin doon, under special provision, use of income. Okay na.
Accepted, Mr. President. So
Wala
no more
pa tayo sa
question.
period of amendment, pero accepted na.
Accepted na.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's
Yeah.
all I want to hear from the sponsor. Thank
But you will
Madam
craft
Sponsor.
the provision.
Yes, I will.
Yes.
But at the proper time, I will introduce it as an individual amendment.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Senator Lacson. Majority Leader,
I-note nyo yun, ha? Baka makaligtaan. Sige.
session is suspended.
Order. Next. Sino pa?
May I,
Session is resumed.
thank you. Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Richard Gordon.
Andiyan ba si Secretary Swen?
Senator Gordon is recognized for interpellation.
DLG? At DND, nandiyan pa sila, nag-aantay. Ang gabi na yan. Ilan pa ang akin? DLG. DAR. DP?
All right. With the permission of the Senate President,
Oh, ano yan?
Madam Chair,
Kaya pa namin. Oh, ilan?
may I talk while you're interrupting? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your Honor, we have had a series of killings in this country. You know, under the NBI law, you're supposed to handle investigations involving media, involving cases of judges and justices. I'd like to ask whether there has been any successes, that have been achieved. For example, about last year, I think 2 judges were killed here. Judge Erwin Alaba killed, 2015, yes, last year, from Aurora. I think he was killed with his wife in front of him. And the Bulacan RTC Judge Wilfrido Nieves killed in November 2015, exactly last year. Along with that, there have been 26 judges killed since 1999 to August 2016. These killings strike at the very heart of justice in this country because it shows the temerity and the impunity by criminals that they can defy the magistrates of the land by having them killed. In the old days, when an NBI agent was killed, I remember Director Lukman would really go all out and he will not survive the day, whoever killed him, whoever killed an agent. So having said that, Your Honor, have there been any solutions to these cases?
Palaro.
Judge Alaba of Aurora?
Was there an investigation? No, it's okay na. No, I'm telling you. I'm informing you.
Meron naman nakulong?
Wala pa? Hindi nyo
Siguro naman dapat alam nyo na yan.
hindi po nila iniimbestigahan. Yan, hindi tayo pwede mag-invento rito. Hindi po nila iniimbestigahan. PNP raw ang nag-iimbestiga kay Judge Alava. Yung isa.
Bakit
Sa Bulacan.
PNP? Nakalagay sa law. Judges and justices. May I have the law, please?
Okay. Can we just submit the status of the case because as of now, they are not certain whether it's investigated? Yung dalawang judge, hindi nyo inimbestigahan? Section?
Where is it?
But you don't know the results. The PNP, Mr. President, was a lead in the investigation of these 2 judges. There was a parallel investigation being conducted last year. The NBI director is new, Mr. President. Can we submit that on Monday so that the report will be complete? Who headed the investigation?
I'm surprised. I'm amazed because the jurisdiction of the NBI extends to extrajudicial killings committed by the state security forces against media practitioners and activists, killings of justices and judges. It's very clear. Why should the PNP investigate this?
Bakit na PNP? Bakit lead ang PNP? Tama. Dapat NBI.
Precisely.
Because, Mr. President, the NBI modernization law, which mandates them to investigate that, is only in effect now, July 2016, Mr. President. That's the reason why the PNP took the lead in the investigation of those two judges. But it does not mean that they reneged on their responsibility. They will give the report on Monday so that the Cabanatuan Police, the Cabanatuan office of the NBI can give the
Bakit hindi ba Aurora yun? Hindi ba Bulacan?
Cabanatuan
Handle sa Aurora?
office investigated the Aurora killing. The other one is the Bulacan District Office.
And the PNP are investigating that. Is investigating both killings.
But they have a parallel investigation.
And the president has not seen it fit to assign it to the NBI because in the old days, and even in the new law, the president can designate, or the Secretary of Justice can designate the NBI to investigate these cases. Hindi ginawa ni President Aquino yan.
Hindi nila masagot.
Bakit naman?
They're all new appointees, Mr. President. Bago ba kayo? Saan yung mga dati? Who are the deputy directors now? Where are they?
But anyway, just to make it a record, Your Honor, I appreciate an answer by Monday, if that is possible. I would imagine that when 26 judges were killed from 1999 to August 2016,
Sino?
it would have been a wake-up call for any administration to have the premier law enforcement organization of the country investigate these cases.
Mr. President, the one involved, the person in charge of regional operations has been replaced with a new deputy director. Ayoko mag-imbento, ayaw nila magsalita, hindi sila sigurado. May we give you the report on Monday.
I hope you don't mind if I say that is a bad precedent
It's a
because
bad precedent.
there should be
agree with you.
continuity.
There should be. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
You cannot-
in fact, the reason of bago kami, bagong gobyerno, lahat na lang ng kabinete at mga yusek at lahat bago, hindi pwedeng humihinto ang paglingkod sa bayan o pag-imbestiga ng mga kaso. Kaya hindi
Mr.
pwedeng-
President, with the permission
With
of,
Senator Gordon's permission, Senator Gordon, Senator De Lima wants to interject
just a
something.
point of
Really?
information, I'm almost sure, and I'm sure, that those cases of the killings of judges have been assigned to the National Bureau of Investigation, because that is actually the SOP of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would always refer that to the NBI for investigation. So it's just that probably they don't have the
information.
data.
Yes.
Thank you.
I understand that probably a request from the Supreme Court would certainly not be met with disregard, but certainly it is only the President or the Secretary of Justice that can assign cases to the National Bureau of Investigation by law, without disregard for the Supreme Court's recommendation that the NBI investigate. Pero nakakapagtaka naman and nakakalungkot na just because there's a change of administration and it is almost, 5 months into the administration up to now, you don't know what's going on in those cases? That's a disappointment.
I believe Secretary De Lima, former Secretary De Lima, that I'm sure it was investigated. They just don't want to answer you because he was not in charge of regional operations. They can retrieve the information in the office, and these are very sensitive matters. So if I may, Mr. President, request that they submit, just like the information earlier to Senator De Lima, the report on these two cases by Monday morning, please. Yes.
Well defended by the sponsor, and I will bow to Paul Critchard more than anything else as a gentleman. But I should not allow this to pass next time.
Yes, because I agree with you, Mr. President, and this goes for every agency of government. The change of administration should not be a deterrent to the continuity in serving our people.
And I'm told that in the implementation of Administrative Order 35, Interagency Committee on Extralegal Killings, an additional amount of 39.912 million pesos was allocated, precisely because of the importance, the primordial importance of having these cases investigation. They were given more money. But I think that the implementation is short. I'd imagine that if I were the NBI director or the Secretary of Justice, I would immediately take a look at all these cases. I would have a priority. I would know the lay of the land. I would call meetings. Especially, I would look at the law. And if the law says I have primary jurisdiction over this, I should be able to make a report, especially since the budget hearings are not surprises. You can prepare for them. Speaking as an executive myself. But it's all right. I will take that for the moment as an answer. So I don't want to stress my good friend Senator
No,
Ricardo.
but I can put something on record based on this memorandum, Mr. President. Out of the 1,089 cases or incidents, a total of 394 cases had been validated, which is broken down as follows: extralegal killings 209, media killings 61, enforced disappearances 27, torture 80, and human rights violations 7. So these are being, I would assume that these are being investigated, and perhaps it would be in order for us to ask them for a report, a list of these cases, and who is in charge, and the status of the investigation of all of these.
May I have a copy of that, Your Honor, for my own perusal later on? Later on, you don't have to do it now. But I can tell you that that is also one of the findings of the Committee on Justice, your Committee on Justice, that there's an awful lot of killings. You call them extralegal, extrajudicial, you call them salvaging, you call them riding in tandem, and the only thing that does not surprise me is the continuing complacency and the continuing lack of sense of urgency by law enforcement to solve all these cases.
Mr.
And by way of
President,
information, I think I had some startling information earlier that said that there were about, in 2010, since 2010, there have been 33,567 cases of motorcycle riding crimes.
how many?
33,567. So, Your Honor, we do our homework here, and I expect that
33,000
567.
killings.
Now, these are motorcycle
Incidents.
riding crimes, and perhaps a great majority of that, I'm sure, are killings. By the way, these two people were killed by riding in tandem people. So, it is something that I think,
Was the deputy chief of customs killed by a riding in
yes,
tandem also?
motorcycle riding person went behind, shot them by the window. Not in tandem, but
Riding solo?
from newspaper reports, he was just shooting, he shot, went beside the car and shot the Bureau of Customs
He
guy.
was not riding a motorcycle,
He was riding a motorcycle.
but he walked away from the scene of the crime, from what I read.
He sped away from the scene of the crime.
I read in a newspaper report that he
Be that as
he
it may, Your
fled on
Honor.
foot.
Is there-
That it's amazing. Life is so cheap these days. It's terrible.
Well,
We expect. I don't know him. I just saw the BOC chief here 2 days ago while I was defending their budget. I don't know the deputy chief. Never met him in the Senate. But I think it is incumbent upon the NBI. I don't even know his political color. If his career appointed, I don't know. But I think the NBI should investigate such killings, including everything else.
which leads me to the conclusion, Your Honor, that in the past, and I myself included, have always looked up to the NBI. That's why when my father was assassinated, we did not want the police or the PC to conduct the investigation or the CIS. We requested the NBI. But then that was during the time of Director Lukban. And since that time, I don't know if the rest of you will agree with me, it seems that the NBI has lost its luster.
I would
The
not
old days-
want to say that, Mr. President. I am certain that mas kasing sigasig sila ng dati at hihilingin po natin na lahat ng ating mga binanggit at lahat ng ito ay bigyan tayo ng report, and we want to see and bring back that luster, as you call it, being proactive in trying to solve all these killings.
I understand the position of the gentle lady, but please do not preclude me from giving that observation in order to nudge the NBI to soar to higher heights. I do not believe in mediocrity. I do not believe in agencies like this that are looked upon with respect by the country to go down. In fact, that's why we're here, to push them to higher heights. to make sure that they go back to the
Tell them to come here.
great traditions of the NBI, and I'm sure they want it. And I can see people looking at me, and from their eyes, they want that. And the reason why they were that was because they were treated as indeed the premier or the foremost law enforcement government agency at the time. That's why you created the NBI, patterned after the Bureau, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But I will not beat a dead horse right now, a dead horse for the moment, which we hope will be resuscitated in the future. But speaking about motorcycle riding in tandem, I see in the budget that you have money in the Bureau of Prisons or Correctionals for agro-industrial programs, if I'm not mistaken. Operation and implementation of agro-industries. And the budget is 55,907,000. Ano ho ba yun? Para saan yun? Agriculture, sa iwahig, mostly?
Inmates who work in the penal farm. Allowance?
There's a compensation remuneration, Mr. President, for the inmates who are working in the penal farm in Davao.
I just wanted to confirm that. Yes. I wonder why we cannot, in view of the fact that the Muntinlupa is overloaded. I understand it was built for 6,000, is that correct? And now you are housed about 23,000 inmates. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Exacto.
24, it was built, we now have 24,000, but built for 6,000.
6,000,
Times
that's correct.
4, yes.
Having said that, therefore, it would be... Will you please relax? It would be visionary on the part of the leadership and the Department of Justice to consider what they're doing in Iwaig, I suppose that's where you're doing it, to get those who are about to graduate from Muntinlupa, maybe have 6 or 7 years with good behavior, accelerate their release by having them go up to the mountains of Nueva Ecija and Bulacan so that they can plant trees and other, protective devices such as protective projects such as digging up rivers or desilting rivers or desilting farms that are ravaged by erosion. Is there anything in the cards in the future to that? Because I have a bill to that point, that I think that we should use the oversupply or the overloaded capacity to be used in these endeavors. Is there anybody planning in the future for that?
We are also assigning or placing.
And while you're talking, can we not have the Bureau of Prisons have license plate making so we don't have to import our license plates from other countries?
In short, I agree with you that there should be productive use of the time of the inmates who are, they're in prison. But you're doing that?
In-employ sila ng mga companies inside
For the, what
region,
companies is that?
to Samsung.
It's being done. There's employment of the inmates, Mr. President. Like Samsung employs the inmates, and the income goes to them, the allowance.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
That would be that would be a violative of the Constitution
Yes,
and
yes.
international agreements.
What are the other companies apart from Samsung?
Pilco also in
Here, Pilco.
Bilibid prison.
What is Pilco?
This is a company doing handicrafts.
Handicrafts. Oh, how interesting.
How many people are involved?
How many people?
This is the
How many convicts are involved?
Libo. Malaki po.
Your Honor,
3,900, 10,000, marami. Samsung employees, 3,900.
and where do they have the factory? Do they go out under supervision, of course,
they are inside.
They're inside.
inside the penitentiary?
Yes.
So Samsung gets the benefit. Is that rental free? Rental free? Because you're skirting anti-graft and corrupt practices out there.
Nagre-rent yung Samsung.
Samsung is paying for the rent
Of the factory, of the
of
premises.
the area, and they're paying the inmates.
and they're paying the inmates less than minimum wage, I'm sure. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. Well, then, that's a good step in the right direction.
It's a good step, yes.
And
I think
what
we
is
should
in
do
the
more of
cards
that.
for Muntinlupa being transferred to Fort Magsaysay? So that the inmates can be provided with better food? Because right now, I understand you have a budget of, for food, you have a budget of
50 pesos.
60 pesos or 50 pesos per head per day,
Ginawa ko si-
meal allowance.
We've increased it, Mr. President, for next year's budget, 10 pesos.
Oh, that's great.
Increase.
But I'm talking about, there are so many lands in Fort Magsaysay
You can just,
which they can adequately farm.
yeah, and eat what they
And
plant.
may I suggest some more projects? There are about 400,000 hectares of irrigation that needs to be repaired. What's wrong with using convict labor to fix up all this irrigation?
That's true.
So that if you fix it, you can have 2 million metric tons of rice produced, and we won't have to import rice.
That's a good idea.
Thank you. I have always known you to have good judgment and great taste. And so we're going to make sure that we file that bill, and I would seek the support of the people from Muntinlupa on this score. And the gentleman who's answering for you, the top gun of business development in Muntinlupa is?
Bucor. Bucor.
The top gun. I mean, siya na.
Director.
Pagod na si Senator Ligardo, hindi na nakukuha yung jokes.
Director Asuncion po.
Director Asuncion.
OIC. OIC pa lang.
So that's good. That's in Spanish, but in English that's ascension. So you can have the prisoners ascend. Yes, sir. All right, that's right. So yun, it's a suggestion, Mr. President. Thank you. I'm encouraged because I do have those bills, and I'm sure Senator Ligarda would love to
I would
co-author that.
support that. In
I
fact,
know.
I've always seen those products, micro-enterprises, no? Gawa ng sa bilibid, magaganda, rinregalo, mga woodworks, no? Hindi ko alam
Yeah.
na meron din ng Samsung. That's a good
And
idea.
was JB Sebastian part of that entrepreneurial work in the... Oh, I've seen it. I'm not laughing. You don't see me laughing here. I went there for a blood donation. And I saw JB Sebastian, having programs that he was proudly showing me his computers. He could have Skype between the inmates and their relatives. Did you know that, Your Honor? He was allowed computers. He was allowed cell phones.
Meron kayong idalaw? Ay, hindi.
Electronic dalaw. Hindi lang pwedeng electronic conjugal visits.
Pero delikado yung idalaw. Eh di yung mga sindikato, ano rin, i-syndicate. Hindi. Bawal nga ang cellphone, di ba? It serves both purposes. Yung
It can be
idalaw,
done for evil and for good.
Kaya lang pinapagbawalan natin yung mga sindikato at mga drug lords sa mag-communicate.
Oh, I did not say I was endorsing it.
No, what I'm telling them now, I'm actually speaking to them, and it could be negative in the sense
That's
that
what I
they
like about the gentle lady from
They
all
can-
over the Philippines. She is always capturing my questions and trying to get into the point of the
they
question.
can run their criminal syndicates using this technology.
Obviously.
For idalaw.
Obviously. And having said that, going further into this abyss, hindi ba buta doon na talaga nung araw pa, hindi lang naman ngayon, nung araw ang mga racket dyan, pinapatakas yung preso para bumatay ng tao.
Ginagawa pa ba yun? No.
Are you
Dalawa
sure?
na nagtanong.
Are you sure?
Ginagawa yun talaga.
I'm not talking to, I'm talking
That's
directly
true.
to the
No, that's
ah.
prison for hire. We've heard about that long ago.
Well, my father was assassinated by a prison for hire. Brought out of Muntinlupa and was going to be brought back, but we caught him. So that happens. I'm sure it still happens, Your Honor.
Are you certain it does not happen? Hindi na raw ngayon dahil SAF na ang nagbabantay.
Oh, SAF. Oh, ngayon na lang. Dati pwede. Ngayon,
I see.
hindi na lang. Dati pwede.
This time he is certain it's not happening.
Well, let me tell you, one of my first privileged speeches here was on the killing of Justice Judge Rosales in my earlier term. And he was assassinated by somebody that was sent there by a drug lord from Muntinlupa, who later on would threaten another justice of the Supreme Court of late because he was not acquitted on appeal. Are you aware of that? How long has the superintendent, is he superintendent, sir? Ascension? Asuncion. Nagawa ko kay Mistizo.
I was designated there in July 20.
Just
July
July.
20. Yes.
He was just assigned as OIC, Mr. President.
So before that, nangyayari yan. Nangyayari yan. I hope it's no longer happening now. But recently, you said there would be no gas, but recently I saw you were able to recover, and I commend you for it, weapons, drugs, and other paraphernalia. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
So it's not foolproof. And that's because we are congested. And that's because people are less paid. And how long is it going to take for these people to start corrupting the staff? Are we sure that the staff is not being corrected, or are you making sure that they are, transferred and replaced by another group?
We are trying. We will be training another group by.
They're training
by
another group,
the
Mr.
last
President.
week of this month.
So that hindi permanente,
Permanente.
the revolving staff.
You know, that's the usual question of we in the government, present progressive, that's the usual answer. We are training the next group. Because when asked a question, the answer will be, we're training the same. That's a good, I hope that's the truth. I hope that's the truth.
Yes, I believe them, Mr. President.
Because it would be a mistake to keep them there because it's going to happen.
Magiging
Now, inching forward, in the past, I saw prisoners, for example, as Red Cross, sometimes I visit the prisons. I saw prisoners with king-size beds, with tennis courts, and they had people, their ball boys were wearing white shorts and I think Lacoste t-shirts, although probably fake. Naka-Adidas. Totoo po ba yan? Nangyari po ba yan, ma'am?
Mr. President, there's still tennis courts now. It would be a waste to demolish it. It was set up or built by inmates
I
then.
believe the answer is it's no longer exclusive.
It's being used.
Unlike before,
Yes.
the big bed was in front of the tennis court. So, in other words, we allowed that to happen, didn't we?
It was allowed to flourish. It is not being done that way anymore.
And we also allowed later on prisoners to have appointments like jacuzzis. Prisoners were allowed to have telephones. In fact, I understand, I was just talking to somebody who was in prison, and I was told that cell phones are allowed everybody. And I asked, are they paid? No. Because they allow the top guns of the prison, meaning the serious criminals out there, that they started allowing everybody cell phones. Is that correct?
At that time, Mr. President.
No.
May mga cellphone pa? Kala ko na-
I just spoke with the lady the other day.
Ang pinaka-safe, wala na po talaga safe ang building 14. But the minimum, the maximum.
I see. It's only building 14 where the cell phones are not allowed, but in the minimum and medium,
Pero may mga
they're not allowed, but it still happens. He's being very candid and very honest about it.
Well-
It is not allowed, but it cannot be completely enforced
Be-
as of now.
Being candid that he is not able to enforce it is nice to hear, but you would like to see it enforced because, as you say, Your Honor, it is dangerous. It can go either way.
Yeah.
It can be used for good and it can be used for bad. And as we have seen in the congressional hearings, they were using it to conduct business. In fact, President Duterte himself said, basta may cellphone dyan, nakakakonduct ng business yung mga presong yan.
Mr. President, as of July 20, 2,500 cell phones have been confiscated.
But there are still cell phones there.
There could be still. There are.
No. She
There
said
are
yes,
still.
there are.
There are still.
Let us not, I just want to be sure I'm getting the right answers
There
because
are
I intend to investigate this sa Blue Ribbon. Having said that, all these appointments were under the noses of prison officials then. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
It was not unknown to higher officials of the country.
I believe that they were aware of it,
They were aware of it.
unless it was kept from them by the prison official.
It is pretty hard to hide TV sets,
Jacuzzis.
recording studios, specialized showers, guns, money, and everything. We cannot put our heads like an ostrich into the sand. We have to face up to the reality. We are going to solve it, and we are giving a budget to the Bureau of Prisons, and obviously that budget is not being put to good use at the time. I hope it's going to be put to good use this time.
Yes.
But it cannot be denied that this has been going on for a long time, and it has become exacerbated in recent years. Naging namaga hanggang lahat na meron, kanya-kanya na, may babae pa. Nakakalabas pa iba, kunyari, mag-fake na may sakit, dadalhin sa ospital, tapos may kasamang babae. Totoo po ba yun?
Opo.
Opo, alam po natin yan. Almost public knowledge yan. Perhaps, eventually, we will have to take judicial notice that this is happening. Ano po? So, ang tanong ko po, again, on the realm of law enforcement, cannot the Secretary of Justice that instruct the National Bureau of Investigation, the premier law enforcement agency of the country, to investigate who is behind these rackets inside prison? Who allowed them? And isn't there what you call command responsibility all the way up to the President of the Philippines if he allows prisoners under the doctrine of specialized agency, his Secretary of Justice is allowing this, his Director of Prisons is allowing this, and therefore, lahat sila dapat makasuhan. I can see some of the lawyers who know their law nodding their heads. Has there been any effort to do that? Meron bang gumagawa niyan?
Kanino?
Meron ho bang pinoprosecute ngayon? Sekreto ata ninyo yan, hindi namin alam eh.
It's currently being investigated, Mr. President.
Being investigated.
Tapos na Who's investigating? NBI? NBI filed the complaint. Tapos na ang preliminary investigation. There's a
Is the
panel-
NBI here?
There's a panel of prosecutors. Oh, no, where is it now? Ah. There's a report submitted, Mr. President, to the DOJ by the NBI.
May we have a copy of that report? Can the Congress of the Republic of the Philippines may furnish a copy of that report? Can we have it by Monday or?
Yes, by Monday.
And if they know, does that report go to what heights? If they know. Does that report go to Olympus? Meaning Malacanang? Does the investigation involve people in Malacanang, people in the cabinet, the Director of Prisons, Secretary of Justice?
May we request them to submit the report on Monday, Mr. President?
I would imagine that this sort of thing must be answered with forthrightness and candidness. The sponsor commended the gentleman for candidness. I would appreciate some candor here because this is something that has attracted the whole attention. To me, it's not just the sensationalism of those who are being accused of drugs, but the very fact that the criminal justice system is failing us. The pillar of enforcement in terms of prosecution as well as incarceration of prisoners is not working. Hindi umaandar.
Kayo, oo. NBI. NBI ang nag-imbestiga.
I mean, is the sponsor aware of this? Sabi nga ni President Ramos, there are 4 pillars, di ba? 4 ba? Di ba? 5 pillars. Tingnan ko lang kung gising pa kayo. Alright. So having said that, dapat kasama yan hanggang doon sa imprisonment, di ba? Sa confinement, right? Kung hindi gumagalaw yon, baksak yung 5 pillars na yan, marupok. So it becomes a country club out there. And if we don't go all the way out and find out who is behind this, who has made money out of this, and never mind that, the very fact that even inside prison, talagang mukhang hindi parehas, how do we expect our people to believe the justice system in our country? I storm heaven when I see judges being killed. It's a repeat of what my father went through. I storm heaven when I see the ordinary citizens being killed. I speak here, I've spoken here several times. I think the sponsor is a witness to that fact. I can show you some of the privileged speeches that I've done here on this matter. But it would appear that it would just be words, and what we need here is action. And if there's no action, Mr. President, why give a budget? If we cannot enforce the law, why give a budget? If I have to wait here for the weekend because I don't know whether you're going to consult higher authorities, if we cannot pinpoint here who is behind this, then we're in trouble, aren't we? I'm not trying to paint you into a corner. I'm just trying to speak the way people expect me to speak. I always speak with candidness. I'm not trying to be brave. I just want to be sure that we know what this is all about. Meron po ba sagot sa tanong ko? Naparoon na ba?
So, sino ang naging sila?
Would you need a suspension?
To the secretary. So, ongoing yung preliminary investigation. Okay. Mr. President, yes. The secretary, ready to resume? Yes. The secretary formed a panel of prosecutors to conduct preliminary investigation based on the initial reports of the National Bureau of Investigation. It's now with the Office of the Secretary in the Department of Justice.
I hope that the chairperson of the committee defending the budget today
Yes.
would exert pressure upon him to allow people to have closure on these nefarious
Yes.
activities going on in
Mr. President,
Muntinlupa.
he was here for 2 days. He was not feeling well up to 10 p.m. last night. May I ask him to report this to you or to ask them to give you a report?
Not to me, but to the people of this country.
Okay. Yes, Mr. President.
They owe an explanation. They owe them an explanation.
Yes.
Because yung iba nahihirapan nga bumisita ngayon eh. May mga narinig tayo dyan eh. And by the way, is there anybody from the... I will ask these questions. It's going to be forthcoming anyway. Let me ask this question now. Is there anybody here from the Bureau of Pardons and Paroles? Thank you. This gentleman who had Judge Rosales killed and was even attempting to try and have a justice of the Supreme Court assassinated, from what I hear. I understand he was recommended for parole. Is this true? I will help you. May I ask for a 1 minute suspension?
Suspension.
Session suspended.
ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
I have a satisfactory answer during the break, Mr. President, and I think that I would leave it at that. And thank you very much. But make it a record, though, that there have been instances when paroles have been given very lightly, and in fact, one of the assassins in my father's assassination was given parole as well and his sentence was even commuted, because there's a lot of influential people who try to work out this parole, and I hope that's not happening anymore. But be assured that this representation will be watching over. I did not ask for the Committee on Justice that was given to me, but I will be watching over that. And through the years, let me beat the record here that in the previous administration, I had been asked by many women in the Bureau of Women's. My wife works there as well for the women incarcerated. Some of them had cancer. They were dying, but they were not paroled. Is this not true? If you know. In other words, it has become very arbitrary. In the previous administration, mamamatay na, namatay na, doon binigyan ng parol. Tama po ba yung sinasabi ko? Nakikita ko yung nakakaalam, gumaganon eh. Baka Indian yun, baka yung ganun, hindi eh. Oo.
Ba't niya alam?
Ate, tama po ba yan? Dumating na ba yung siopaw?
Tama na.
Tama. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to be sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, because nakaraan, ang hirap magkakuha ng parol doon sa mga nangangailangan, pero baka makalusot yung mga luko-luko, nakakalusot. Eh, talagang ganyan eh. Sa ating lipunan, mukhang talagang kung malakas ka, nakakalusot ka. Sa preso, kung malakas ka, meron kang air condition, may jacuzzi ka, lahat. I don't want to belabor that. I mean, I don't want to discourage many of our people when you start doing that. Now, obviously, with the Department of Justice, therefore, I understand that the Department of Justice lawyers now are well paid. Is that correct? Of course, you will not agree, no? You will not agree. Ang hirap ko muna ng abogado ngayon, di ba? Because I think ang solicitors ngayon, they're paid what? 55,000 entry level? Hello?
How much are the solicitors?
Yeah, 56,610. SG 18. Associate solicitor, 61,971. That's pretty good, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, many lawyers don't get that much starting out. But having said that, I would imagine we will be more, and this is my last question. I have many more, but I don't want to. Pagod na si Senator Ligarda, and I always look out for my little sister here.
Thank you.
I've asked this before, and I will ask it again, because I think it has to be repeated. Under Section 20 of RA 9165, confiscation and forfeiture of the proceeds or instruments of the unlawful act, including the properties or proceeds derived from the illegal trafficking of dangerous drugs and or precursors and essential chemicals. Has there been, since I asked this question about 3 months ago, has there been any change? Are you now starting to prosecute? Because at that time, I was told no prosecution, no effort to try and get the fruits of the crime. Cars, lands and buildings, money in banks. Have they been confiscated? Any been confiscated for those who are in prison? Daming drug lords sa preso.
Contraband items inside prisons are now confiscated.
Sorry, I have to ask this
Mr.
question
President,
because
the contraband items,
hindi contraband po yun.
no, the contraband items inside prison are confiscated, but you're talking about assets.
The law says the assets of
The
the
assets.
criminal. Like in America, they will
The criminals.
confiscate the airplanes, they will confiscate the cars
Yes.
that was used for trafficking in drugs from Latin America.
They don't have the information on the assets of the inmates, but the contraband items within the walls of the prison are confiscated. As to the assets,
I'm not asking about that. Dapat lang ma-confiscate. Ano ito? Parang yung kay Baybay. May baril doon eh. Kailangan pa ng search warrant. Excuse me. Ano ba naman itong justice system natin? I was told early on when we took over this term that wala pang napo-prosecute. Wala pang nako-confiscate.
Na assets ng mga...
na assets. I don't know why. And sasabihin lang, they will start doing that. But up to now, wala pa. Mukhang wala pa. When you come here to the Senate, and I'm not trying to be arrogant here, I would hope that you all would be ready to answer questions like this.
Can you include that in your submission? Kanina yun.
Oh, Mr. Asuncion, kayo pa rin. Hindi, sa loob yan.
Kanina yun. For future cases would fall under...
Hindi AMLA yan. Hindi.
National Prosecution Service yan. NPS yan. Pero
Parang naman yung kay Justice.
The way it works, Your Honor, is that when the person is convicted, there must be an additional motion or an appropriate criminal case filed where the court shall immediately schedule a hearing for the confiscation and forfeiture of all the proceeds of the offense and all the assets and properties of the accused, either owned or held by him or in the name of some other persons. And dapat alam nila kung nagpa-file kayo ng kaso, dapat automatic yan. Pag nahuli niyo yan, na-convict nyo, forfeiture kagad tayo. Di po ba tama yan? Tama. O, kung wala pa yan, maybe this year, hindi pa ngayon. Baka maybe next year. I hope not, maybe never. Would you need another law for that? Or I think this is sufficient. Is there an answer? Hindi nyo alam. Wala pa. Hindi nyo alam kung may bagong kasong pinal. I am...
Wala pa raw silang fina-file.
wala bang file. So, I would advise you to file because this question will be recurring. And ang dami-dami nakakulong doon, dapat makuha nyo, or for that matter, yung mga pati yung napatay, dapat file nyo pa ng forfeiture yun. Dami-dami pang nagagamit na epektos ng krimen. So, thank you, Senator Legarda, for your very kind answers, and thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm done with my interpellation.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you to
President.
the panel of guests from the Department of Justice and the NBI and everywhere.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we terminate the period of interpellations for the budget of the Department of Justice and submit for the body's consideration.
There's a motion to terminate the consideration of the deliberations of the DOJ budget and considered it submitted. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, there are a number of departments that are cleared. When I say cleared, they have been discussed in the committee level. There are no interpellations registered. There are no members of the Senate who have registered their desire or reservation to interpellate. Therefore, allow me to read into the records and move to submit the budget of the following agencies or authorities. The Anti-Money Laundering Council, the Climate Change Commission, the Commission on Filipino Overseas, the Commission on the Filipino Language, Cooperative Development Authority, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, the Games and Amusement Board, Governance Commission for GOCCs, National Commission for Indigenous Peoples, Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission, the Presidential Management Staff, the National Security Council, and also the Congress of the Philippines. I move that their budgets be submitted for consideration by the body, Mr. President.
The heads of
I mean, okay, submission na, pero magpakita na.
May we ask, as we approve them, may we ask the heads of these agencies to come forward and make themselves known to the chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Lon Legarda.
Yes.
They're ordered to do so, but as of now, the motion is to adopt and the motion is to approve the submission of their budgets to the plenary for consideration.
There's a motion to adopt and approve the respective budgets for the following executive offices for consideration at the plenary: Anti-Money Laundering Council, Climate Change Commission, Commission on Filipinos Overseas, Commission on the Filipino Language, Cooperative Development Authority, Film Development Council of the Philippines, Games and Amusement Board, Governance Commission for Government-Owned and Controlled Corporations, National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission, Presidential Management Staff, National Security Council, and Congress of the Philippines. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will move for a break, Mr. President, but after that, with the permission of the chamber, we are going to tackle the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government after the suspension. I move to suspend the session, Mr. President.
No objection. Session is suspended.
Sinong paalisin natin? Wala.
una? Si Risa na?
We ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we tackle the budget of the Department of the Interior and local government, including the attached agencies.
We will not tackle first the other agencies, those with no questions. So,
I withdraw my motion, Mr. President.
motion is withdrawn.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
there are a number of agencies and, well, departments, authorities that have no reservations for interpellation from any of the members of the Senate. And therefore, I move that we submit the budgets of the following agencies or departments for consideration of the body: the Dangerous Drugs Board, the National Commission for Culture and Arts, National Commission for Culture and the Arts proper, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, National Library of the Philippines, National Archives of the Philippines, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, the National Youth Commission, and the Cultural Center of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Taveras, what's your pleasure?
Mr. President, with the indulgence of the Majority Leader, I did indicate to Chairwoman Legarda earlier that I wanted to stand on the budget of the NCCA, at least to make a brief manifestation.
So we will just withdraw NCCA from the motion. Are you amenable, Majority Leader?
With the indulgence of the Majority Leader.
All right, Mr. President.
So the motion now, as it stands, is that we submit for consideration of the body the budgets of, I will use the initials of the organizations, the DDB,
Correct.
the NHCP, the National Library, National Archives,
Yeah.
PIDEA, NICA, NYC, and CCP. That is the motion.
And the Commission on Human Rights, Mr. President.
Okay, so, and in addition, the Commission on Human Rights. Is there any objection? Senator Taveras, no more? Okay.
None, Mr. President.
Okay. No objection. There being no objection, the budgets of the said agencies are deemed submitted for consideration of the body.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. Thank you,
Mr. President, may we
Majority
now,
Leader.
May we now tackle the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies.
Any objection? There being none, we now proceed to tackle the budget of the Department of the Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies.
I move that we recognize the Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Loren Legarda, to present the budget.
Before that, what's the pleasure of Senator Tiveros? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, with the guidance of the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, she requests that I make now my manifestation regarding the budget of the NCCA, National Commission on Culture and the Arts. It's brief, Mr. President.
Majority Leader?
I withdraw my motion, Mr. President.
Motion is withdrawn. So shall we recognize Senator Ontiveros?
Well,
Or shall we consider
before
first?
you do so,
Yeah.
before you do so, I move that we tackle the budget of the NCCA and the National Commission for Culture and the Arts proper.
Any objection?
No, it's okay. Manifestation.
Any objection? No objection? Okay, we now proceed to tackle the budget of the NCCA and the NCCA proper. And we recognize who's the sponsor, Senator Legarda, as well as to interpolate or to make a manifestation, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much to the Majority Leader for your patience. As I indicated to the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, I just like to make this brief but heartfelt manifestation regarding the budget of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Mr. President, the arts and culture are essential components of our national identity and essential also to national development. Not unlike other government agencies, the NCCA current staffing complement is sorely inadequate. The NCCA staff profile reveals 32 or 34, there seems to be a slight discrepancy in the documents, permanent, 8 casuals, and 16 contractual employees per agency submission. Although the agency can also find support from casuals, contractual employees, and contract of service employees who are funded through the National Endowment for Culture and the Arts, or NEFCA, it's still important that key positions and other delivery units be provided with permanent positions, plantilla, to safeguard properties, to formally fix its staffing patterns, to achieve its strategic objectives. I would therefore, Mr. President, good sponsor, like to express my strong support for the NCCA's proposal to create new positions to further strengthen the mandate of the agency at a time when culture and the arts can provide the best anchor in this rapidly changing world. Thank you very much,
you.
Mr. President. Thank you, good
Thank you,
sponsor.
Senator Ontiveros. Majority Leader?
Thank you,
Ah,
Senator Ontiveros, for supporting NCCA and for your intervention. We would like to acknowledge Chairman Jun De Leon of the NCCA and the NCCA family. And let me just put on record, Mr. President, that never has it happened, perhaps, in the history of this country, that arts and culture have been supported so much by government. Whether it's indigenous art and folk art, or contemporary art, to curatorial intensives for our Philippine curators, to Philippine pavilions and museums in the Philippines, to the support for documentation of indigenous knowledge and the archival materials of the National Archives, and support for the National Library and all the art agencies. So I think Chair De Leon would agree with me that this past few years have been the renaissance, in a way, a resurgence of government support for Philippine arts and culture. So I also wanted to thank Chair De Leon for our very harmonious and close cooperation in bringing arts and culture not just to the urban centers, but to the world by the Centro Rizal, through the implementation of the Heritage Act and much more. But in the meantime, we will tackle the DILG budget.
which is connected because, you know, Mr. President, your brilliant, esteemed father included in the local government code the promotion of art and culture by the local governments. And in fact, in the DILG budget, I placed that as a reiteration of that special provision, which I will do again. So this is just for the information of Secretary Sueno that, in fact, I will ask LBRMO to give me that special provision, which I will read into the record later on. It's a special provision on art and culture, which was contemplated and done by Senator Pimentel, the father. Okay. So I just had to put on the record.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move to submit the budget of the NCCA and the NCCA proper for the body's consideration.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The budget of the NCCA, NCCA proper, the budgets are deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we tackle the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government and recognize the sponsor, Senator Loren Legarda, the Chairman of the Committee on Finance, to present the budget.
Any objection? There being none, the budget of the Department of the Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies is under consideration, and the chair, the sponsor, Senator Legarda, is recognized.
I'm ready to present the budget, Mr. President, but just so that it's on the record, love ko talaga si Mang Nene eh. He has a vision. Imagine way back in 1992, he had under RA 7160, the DILG shall ensure the establishment of a council whose purpose is the promotion of culture and arts in all provinces, cities, and municipalities. That's part of the local government code. So we would request the DILG to comply with the 1992 code by creating that council. Because arts and culture is a unifying fiber of our society. General Bato.
So may we hear the sponsor presenting the budget, Mr. President, of the DILG?
The sponsor has been recognized to present the budget.
The total budget of the DILG is 146 million 352 million 78.
I move that we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros to interpolate.
For interpellation, Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Sponsor, could I ask you a set of questions, about 5 questions about the DILG, the PNP, and the BJMP?
Yes, Mr. President, my honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 3408, the DILG is proposed to receive an amount of, as the good sponsor mentioned, 146 billion.35. This is less than the original budget proposed by the department, amounting to 148.7 billion, but still higher than the 2016 budget, amounting to 124.2 billion. So it's a 17.84% increase in the budget. A significant increase is noted with the budget of the PNP from 88.513 billion to 110.174 billion, and the BJMP from 8.06 billion to 11.529 billion. While there's a significant decrease in the budget of the OSEC from 12.91 billion to 8.14 billion, and the LGA from 258 million to 232 million. So of the budget of the department, 106 billion or 72.6% is intended for crime prevention and suppression services, around 90 billion of that for the PNP, and inmate safekeeping and development services, around 10.6 billion. And this is 10 billion pesos increased from the same budget item from 2016. One implication of this budget proposal would seem to be, Madam Sponsor, a shift in the priorities of the department from sustaining transparency, accountability, and resiliency of the LGUs to community safety and humane or safe jail management. And in one of the terms that I could use, an inclination towards the interior rather than the local governance mandate of the department. So given this apparent shift or prioritization of the in the priorities of the DILG, I'd like to inquire on the following. And as I mentioned at the start, Madam Sponsor, about 5 short sets of questions. So, Madam Sponsor, with reference to Senate Resolution number 60 on bottom-up budgeting, I already previously urged the President to continue the BUB in the proposed 2017 and in the subsequent appropriations. I believe that under the new administration, the BUB has been replaced by the Assistance to the Disadvantaged Municipalities Program, or ADMP. The DBM-DILG jointly issued on 16 September this year a joint memorandum circular that outlines the policies and guidelines on the implementation of the ADMP. Noticeably, the ADMP covers 1,373 municipalities, and the menu of services was limited to infrastructure-heavy projects, for example, evacuation facilities, potable water supply facilities, local roads, etc. And very importantly for me, Madam Sponsor, does not involve CSOs in the process. So my questions. 1, is it now the official policy thrust of the department to exclude citizens' participation in local governance processes? Or does it have a different sense of what citizens' participation means?
Mr. President, in the assistance to disadvantaged municipalities, first, in the heavy spending on infrastructure, which is in line with the administration's thrust to provide jobs, to connect markets, etc., the CSOs were consulted in finding out where these municipalities or these areas are for infrastructure spending. And second, in the completion, after the completion of these projects, in the third-party monitoring, the CSOs are also involved, are invited, will be involved in the third-party monitoring and evaluation of these projects. We will make sure, in fact, if you wish, we can craft a special provision in the DILG budget to indicate that we would encourage civil society organizations, people's organizations, to be involved in this project, this program, if that is fine with the leadership of the DILG.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. It's clear at this point in time that the participation is already provided for at the very beginning and then towards the end of
In
the
evaluation.
ADMP, but I'm open to exploring the special provision that Madam Sponsor referred to, encouraging this participation throughout the process of the ADMP.
In fact, Mr. President, in the project identification, in their guidelines, it says that the project shall be concurred by a duly accredited CSO representative validated by the DILG through the municipal local government operations officer. So they had not neglected the importance of the role of civil society.
Of course, having said that, Madam Sponsor, it would be interesting also for the Senate to look into the process and criteria of accreditation.
Yes.
But we can do that at a later time after we pass the 2017 budget. Secondly, Madam Sponsor, the DILG proposed 372 million pesos for the CSO partnership program and support for the 22 million for that component and support for the assistance to municipalities, so 350 million for that component. How does the department intend to utilize the fund? Would gathering feedback from constituents be inclusive, and to what extent? So is this contemplated, for example, or would this be contemplated in the special provision that Madam Sponsor mentioned earlier?
the DILG, Mr. President, have not only involved CSOs, they've also involved the academe. So the 300 plus million will be used to build capacity for our civil society organizations, and the 22 million will be used by the academe to help in the research for these projects and to help the CSOs as well.
I see, Madam Sponsor. So the CSO Partnership Program specifically includes academe.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. And how does the DILG intend to provide technical assistance to the LGUs, despite this apparent shift in prioritization to public safety and away from LGUs? But how does the department intend to provide technical assistance to the LGUs and to CSOs to complete the implementation? I'm presuming here, no, that the BUB projects will be completed. So to complete the implementation of the BUB projects from 2013 to 2016. So here, Madam Sponsor, I'm still contemplating the continuation of the BUB program, if it is going to be continued.
Yes, Mr. President. There's also close coordination between the DILG and the district engineers for the local implementation of the projects. And the universities. Oh, and the engineers and the students and the College of Engineering, where applicable, of universities present in the area.
Of course, Madam Sponsor, it would be possible to coordinate with the district engineers, colleges of engineering, without actually institutionalizing and continuing BUB as we know it, although perhaps it is being evolved into the ADMP, but and which is the sense of Senate Resolution number 60 to continue and to institutionalize BUB. But again, I can continue this line of inquiry with Madam Sponsor outside our budget interpellation. Last question on the BUB for now, Madam Sponsor. How does the department envision the ADMP in the long term? Because the reason I value BUB is its possibilities to evolve into a strategic intervention of the department and of our LGUs. Is this also the long-term vision for the ADMP, or is there a further evolution contemplated by the department in terms of involving CSOs and LGUs in the development process at the local level?
Yes, Mr. President, because these are the most disadvantaged municipalities who need farm-to-market roads and other necessary or basic infrastructure. Once they've graduated and have been provided this infrastructure, then we will continue to support them in other respects. But the priority is really giving them the infrastructure they need, and that would mean roads and bridges, evacuation centers, and sanitation facilities, of course, water, sanitation facilities.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Again, that's the sense also of Senate Resolution 60 is to continue to mobilize not just the disadvantaged communities, though they are our priorities, but municipalities of different classifications through that bottom-up budgeting process. That wasn't anyway an original invention of us Filipinos, but we also learned it from models of other developing countries like, for example, Brazil. But again, we can continue to explore that, Madam Sponsor, as our chamber will treat resolution number 60 outside this budget debate. So just at the proper time, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, I will propose something akin to what Madam Sponsor has already mentioned, a special provision on increasing citizens' participation in the ADMP process, broadening the menu of services to cover beyond infrastructure projects, ensuring a participatory ADMP in 2018, so beyond the year we are discussing now, and beyond, and/or inclusion of barangays and/or cities with high poverty magnitude and vulnerable to disasters as among the LGUs included in the program. Kasi meron pong mga municipalities na hindi 4th to 6th class, pero mataas yung poverty incidence. And additionally, meron nga pong vulnerability to climate change and other disasters.
Just for the information of Madam Senator, Mr. President, it is not just the 4th to 5th class municipalities that are served under the ADM. 1st to 6th class are included here. Yes.
Thank
And
you
of
for
course,
that, Madam
disaster
Chair.
risk reduction and climate change adaptation is an integral part of the ADM mantra.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Sponsor. Moving on now to my second brief set of questions. On Oplan Tokhang, in a number of privileged speeches and statements, a number of us members of this chamber have already raised our concern about the number of neutralized drug personalities as well as unexplained or under investigation deaths and killings. And for one, Madam Sponsor, I've already called for a shift from a purely criminal justice approach to a broader complementary public health approach, from punishment to treatment. And I've called on authorities to refrain even from using the term drug surrenderies in reference to the people who used or still use drugs, and appealed for an evidence-based and human or patients' rights-based and harm reduction approaches to address the issue. Based on news reports, as of last month, Madam Sponsor, the PNP has visited approximately 2.3 million households and compelled around 746,000 persons to report to the authorities. Of the 746,000, around 54,000 are identified as drug pushers, and around 692,000 are people who use drugs. And if we are to believe the reliability of the data provided through the reports, we are 1.4 million short of the total 3.7 million implicated by the President as drug dependents. But on another side of this situation, Madam Sponsor, in a survey of SWS in September 2016, 71% of the respondents said it is very important for drug personalities to be caught alive. So from an LGU perspective, Madam Sponsor, two immediate concerns raised are, and from the two concerns I lead into my brief set of questions. First concern, how the LGU will effectively provide services in a post-Tokhang scenario. Because I don't expect that Tokhang will, may forever, but I don't expect that Tokhang will last forever. And another concern, the exclusion of the people who use drugs in the list compiled through Oplan Tokhang. Because again, throughout their lifetime, people move in and out of lists, hindi yan permanente, because we seek interventions following the formation of any list. So to my questions, Madam Sponsor, what are the assistances available to LGUs to strengthen their capacity, readiness, and preparedness to respond to the needs of those who were Tokhang?
Who were?
Who were Tokhang. So, who through the Oplan Tokhang have been identified or are now,
Or in the
who
list.
submitted, not just on the list, but are in custody or are identified either as pushers or as users. So, what are our LGU's assistance to them? Before that, what assistance will we give our LGUs to respond or to the needs of these people and to provide them services?
Mr. President, while the establishment of rehabilitation centers is included in next year's budget, clearly we cannot provide services for the whole citizenry who are afflicted with this drug menace. And so there are also LGU created or established and run centers, as well as community-based drug rehab centers and faith-based centers, interventions. So it is the whole of society approach in a way, where it's both government and the local government, national and local government, and the private and even the religious sector who are helping out.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, and also for reminding us of the whole of society approach, not
Everything
just
should be
whole of
inclusive,
government.
whole of society, whole of
approach.
government approach. May I also add, Mr. President, I'm not certain if this is part of the drug rehab or the war on drugs, but perhaps the importance of having psychologists, psychiatrists in the barangay level. They may not have doctoral degrees or even be graduates of psychology, but they can be trained to be therapists so that you can easily spot in your barangay who have problems, and so that families who have problems or who see that they have a problem child or spouse have someone to go to. So perhaps this could be integrated into your whole of government, whole of society approach in every barangay.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. And as an aside,
Social workers, yes.
the element of psychologists at the different levels of our public health system is really part also of a bill that I filed on called the Philippine Mental Health Act of 2016.
I think we both
And-
filed the same measure.
Yes, Madam
Yes,
Sponsor,
yes.
and which looks at rehabilitating not just the drug dependent, but including the families and the communities in that process.
In fact, Mr. President, I think we have much less to rehabilitate if we do it in a preventive manner. And so, by having compassion in our barangays, by having a ready ear to listen to their gripes, their pains, their problems, and their struggles, and but of course, by cutting the drug source, then we can probably cut to half or even totally eliminate the drug menace. And let our barangay captains be responsible for their barangays. And this, the DILG could have a very stern and firm hand and meet with barangays per region to hold them responsible for any drug abuse or use in their barangays, but to also provide them with the social workers who are equipped with the know-how and the skills how to deal with people who may be victims of the drug menace. In this respect, perhaps the DILG can work closely with both the DSWD and the Department of Health. And at the proper time, we can craft a provision for this three-agency convergence so that the problem of drugs can be addressed in the barangay level.
Yes,
And
Madam
that- and that's
Sponsor.
part of Masa
Yes.
Masid. Yes.
Yes, Madam Sponsor. Yes, I'm glad you mentioned Masa Masid and its relation to Oplan Tokhang, because then that leads me back again to these questions about assistance to the LGUs in responding to the situation. But just as a final follow-up question to my second question on Oplan Tokhang, so right now there's no program of the department directly to support, assist, or capacitate LGUs to respond to the overwhelming number of persons who have been identified or brought into this process through Oplan Tokhang. Because some LGUs could probably feel overwhelmed na hindi sila handa, kulang ng capacity na serbisyohan itong mga pasyenteng ito, at sa halip na ibalik lang sila sa mga bahay nila o komunidad where some of them may just go back to old dependencies, some may just go back onto the list, some reportedly end up as unexplained deaths or deaths under investigation. So, wala pa po bang specific program ang department to capacitate the LGUs to respond to the needs of these persons?
According to the DILG, Mr. President, that is the intent of the Masa Masid. That's why it is a community-based drug prevention and rehab center, so that they can either be addressed by being helped by the church or by the barangay or by volunteers within the community who can help out, or all of them together. Because definitely, clearly, the national government can't do it alone. And
I
so-
agree, Madam Sponsor. The national government can't do it alone. But I had a different understanding about the character of the Masa Masid. The way I understand Masa Masid, it's a barangay-based anti-criminality, anti-corruption, and anti-illegal drugs program which encourages multi-sectoral partnership in the spirit of volunteerism at the community level. So it's still mainly centered in and powered by volunteers at the barangay level. My interest, my concern in my line of questioning about Oplan Tokang at this point in our interpellation is direct intervention from the department level to the LGUs. Because the LGUs are also the ones who will be coordinating the volunteers at the barangay level. They will be the ones overseeing the Masa Masid. So they have to have that capacity, and not just for not just for advocacy and education, information gathering and reporting, but really as the LGU, in a way leveling up their capacity to treat these patients.
What you're trying to say, Mr. President, is that all local governments must be must beef up its capacity to treat, to rehabilitate, to learn how to deal.
And Madam Sponsor, the DILG is the main
And
department in
DILG
charge of capacitating
yes,
the
yes,
LGUs,
yes.
even for
Okay,
this
is that part of it?
task.
Yes,
But
yes.
this is in coordination with DOH, with the Dangerous Drug Board, and other departments.
Yes, yes. They are doing it, Mr. President. That's capacity building of local governments is being done. That's part of the MASID program in coordination with the other agencies of government, including the DDB and the Department of Health.
Well, Madam Sponsor, in that case, if the department still insists that the rehab capacity development of the LGUs will still fall within the ambit of Masa Masid, then all the more I think it will be important for us in the Senate to oversee the implementation of the Masa Masid, that the resources that will be devoted to it will be spent optimally, properly, with fiscal discipline and without abuse, especially in the very challenging times that we still find ourselves
In fact, Mr. President, based on your question, both the provincial government and the city and municipal government are the network that will be used in the Masa Masid to ensure that the anti-drug abuse councils are organized and operational in the provincial, city, municipality, and barangay level. And they must also provide support and mobilization for the Masa Masid team and the community rehabilitation network. They could also help in locating the surrenderees, the surrenderers, and to provide support for the establishment of community-based rehab programs. They can also organize activities with the participation of drug patients and other members of the community. Wow, nakalagay pa dito, Zumba. Okay. Include Zumba and tree planting, other livelihood activities. Maybe they can work with the sports commission.
Well, actually, Madam Sponsor, I was also going to say, wow, kasi parang ang dami-daming trabahong sasaklawin ng Masa Masid. And as one of the health advocates here in the Senate, I think that rehabilitation, health and mental health services for drug dependence really requires a little more of a focus than from an agency or from a program that's so overarching. In any case, moving on, Madam Sponsor, still to my questions on the Oplan Tokhang. How does the PNP assess so far the success of its operations, as there are perceptions in some areas that the basis of success of Tokhang operations, particularly the performance matrix of PNP, is based on the number of individuals neutralized in one way or the other to serve as exhibits, quote again, and samples to change the ways of all the individuals whose behavioral change is the target of Oplan Tokhang. So, what is the assessment of the PNP so far of the success of its operations in Oplan Tokhang?
Mr. President, according to the PNP, there have been 800,000 surrenderies. They are back in their barangays. They're being monitored by the barangay officials. They're in the lists of surrenderies, right? Okay. So you consider that successful? Yes. Yes, because, and also, Mr. President, I think the best gauge of how successful this program has been is a result of a survey. And in today's news, we can see that 85% of Filipinos are satisfied with the administration's anti-drug campaign.
Well, Madam Sponsor, of course, I also value surveys as a measure of public opinion about important government programs, but I think I also equally value the institution's evaluation, since the institution is the one that crafted or was part of the crafting of an important program and is the main implementer. So I still appreciate the assessment so far. Of course, it's a quantitative assessment. Are there any qualitative assessments so far from the PNP? 800,000 is an impressive number, but in terms of achieving the objectives of Oplan Tokhang, are there already some evaluations so far? Is it really, pushing behavioral change among the population? Is it achieving the other objectives of Oplan Tokhang?
Yes. Mr. President, we see the significant decrease in the number of other crimes committed. People feel safer in the streets because of the anti-drug war, because much of the crimes committed before have been done by drug addicts, pushers, etc., people who are not in the right frame of mind. And so the reduction of crime is
13.4%
there's been a 13.4% decrease in the crime volume in the past how many months? In the past 10 months. Just July. Just July to October, in a span of 3 months. Just in a span of 3 months, because of the drug campaign.
I would agree, Madam Sponsor. There's that percentage cited, more than 13% decrease in the crime volume, and yet, and this situation has also fallen on the plate of the PNP to now investigate and otherwise handle, and yet we also have a terrible volume of several thousands of people killed, and all of these or a big number of these, because under investigation, are now also on the plate, form part of the work that the PNP has to do. So, but I think this will continue to be an important discussion here in the Senate. The most effective ways to address our drugs problem, while also avoiding or better managing the maybe, to put it in the best terms, the unintended results, especially in terms of the deaths, which I'm sure even the PNP will count as crimes. That is why the PNP is investigating maybe 2/3 of the deaths so far, that these are under investigation on the plate of the PNP. Okay. So, but Madam Sponsor, so what is the answer of the PNP on whether or not the number of individuals neutralized to serve as exhibits or samples to change the way of the individuals, if that is indeed the only or the most important basis of success or performance matrix? Or is it already institutionalized in the PNP at this point in time, internalized by our officers and personnel involved in Oplan Tokhang, that it's not just the numbers, but what other indicators?
Apart from the number.
We have come up actually with many who are killed who amplified against the policemen.
Mr. President, here we actually have graphs, and these are it's very clear in the graphs that I see, which I can show you, on the dramatic decline in the number of rape cases, and other crimes, and carnapping and theft, robbery, rape, physical injuries. And so we can safely assume that much of the crimes perpetrated before this Oplan Tokhang were perpetrated by drug addicts, users, abusers. And so there's a dramatic decline in all these kinds of crimes.
Madam Sponsor, I would
Yes.
agree that...
So I think it would make us feel safer in our homes, in the streets, as we leave tonight. Not many of our staff commute via public transport. I've actually really talked to people in the street, even in the barangay, let's say in Tagaytay, where I go on a weekend, and people have told me that yung isang alam nilang nagdodroga, ang takot na nag-surrender, at ang takot na at hindi na raw nagdodroga. I mean, it's the wife who told me, it's one single person in the barangay who was deemed to be a drug user, not a pusher. Ang takot na lang huminto na. And now the children can walk safely, even at 12 midnight, with their mothers in that barangay road. I asked. So, but here I am holding graphs on sharp decline of robbery, carnapping, etc. And I hope this decline continues without having to kill. Meaning, so that we hope that the unexplained killings, pag lumalaban at may police operation, of course the police have to defend themselves. That's justified. That's an operation. Hindi na pwede mamatay yung police pag lumalaban at may armas. Di ba? Pero, hindi naman lahat ganun. At mismo ang mga pulis sa amin, mga iba doon, ay questionable. Kaya dapat naman imbestigahan nila at bigyan tayo ng resulta ng investigasyon. Gaya nung sa Oriental Mindoro, yung 51-year-old na anti-crime crusader, nabasa ko lang sa pahayagan, hindi ko siya kilala. Pinatay ng 2 pulis na nakawig. Babae yung pinatay. Pagkatapos na arrested na o nakakulong, hindi ba? Hindi ko kilala yung pulis, hindi ko kilala yung babae, ganun. So, may mga nangyayaring ganun, hindi natin sinasabing perpekto ang Oplan Tokhang. Pero makikita natin sa, in the bigger picture, bumaba talaga ang krimen sa ating bansa. At may mga misencounter, may mga casualty, may bata, may babae na batay, nakalulungkot. Pero walang perpekto talaga. At hindi naman nila sinasabing perpekto ang nangyari.
I would agree with you, Madam Sponsor, that a real decrease in crime incidents would be a public good.
Yes.
I share definitely your concern about the disproportionately large number of killings that has accompanied Oplan Tokhang so far. I share your concern that in reality and in perception, public opinions expressed that, let's not be so fast and loose about saying nanlaban, kaya napatay, because as a PNP widow myself, and my old friend, the Chief PNP, knows this, I know that the PNP's primary mission objective is apprehension, is not killing. So, to solidify that reality and for it to be believed in by the public, I believe is also an important
That's true.
public good that
Of
should
course.
come out,
Yes.
if not directly out of Oplan Tokhang, then out of the PNPs, the Senates, all public institutions'
Yeah,
actions on this situation. And lastly, Madam
In fact,
Yes.
they also conduct drug tests among the police, random drug tests, Mr. President. And here, I also have an update of from July to November, the number of cases under investigation that we are referring to, alleged police operation, but deaths.
Under investigation is different from police operations.
Different from the police operations, but deaths that are being investigated and suspects arrested. But you're also investigating police operations which you doubt were actual police operation. And you will be fair in that investigation, and that would include the Oriental Mindoro killing. It's not an operation. That was outright murder. It's not drug related. It was premeditated murder. It was not a part of Tokhang at all. Because from what I read, she was an anti-crime, anti-drug crusader. The lady who was killed was a community leader. That's just what I read, unless the media reports are inaccurate. Yes.
And lastly, Madam Sponsor, on this question, I also share a concern. I'd like to just add that since Oplan Tokhang seems necessarily very law enforcement focused, and its outputs and its outcomes also are very crime focused, all the more it seems to make the argument that there has to be a broader government approach towards the drugs problem to include public health and even harm reduction approaches, so that there will be more outputs and outcomes also in terms of less actual drug dependence, less young people being introduced to drug dependence, greater success rates in rehabilitation, less relapses, and all of this. Moving on to my next question on Oplan Tokhang, Madam Sponsor, the DILG formed Task Force Aguila to handle alleged LGU officials dubbed as persons of interest of interest for their alleged involvement in illegal drugs. But to what extent do you intend to pursue the investigation? What are the protocols implemented by the task force to exercise due diligence and ensure that it will not be a mere political exercise? Would the list be permanent? And I have a final follow-up question about that, about the AD listing process, not just for these LGU officials, but for any persons on the list. Would the list be permanent? And what are the available remedies given to those who were suspected to be involved allegedly in illegal drugs, but upon fact-finding, the conclusion may prove nothing?
Mr. President, your question is about the narco list. One of your
It's
questions.
about the extent and the protocols
Yes.
being employed by Task Force Aguila, the permanence of the list, and then available remedies.
Yes, they're given due process. First of all, those in the narco list had been given the opportunity to surrender. And once they surrender, they are investigated. They are investigated. They execute a waiver.
Yes, ma'am.
They're expected to execute a waiver.
Yes, and they also submit their own evidences.
And they are given the opportunity to prove otherwise and to submit evidence, anything to prove that they are not
Yes, ma'am.
involved in drugs whatsoever.
Actually, they do not surrender. They just come voluntarily.
They come voluntarily to present themselves, to prove that they are not, that the list is not accurate, not correct, and they're given the chance to disprove the authenticity or veracity or the truth of the list.
And ours is only a recommendation.
And then you correct your list.
Yes, ma'am. And
Yes.
then ours is only a recommendation, actually, on the outcome of the investigation that we gather on the evidence. And it would be dependent on the...
And investigations are conducted based on the list, but you also take into due consideration their presence and whatever evidence they have
to submit.
when they cooperate. But you
And-
also make mistakes in the list. It's clear, no? There have been
That's
mistakes
part
in
of
the
my
list.
question, Madam
Yes.
Sponsor. What are the remedies in case
Yes.
mistakes are made?
Well, actually, ma'am, ours is just to verify whether they are really, they have links with the drug syndicates. And if they don't have any links, well, they're
Well, the remedies are, Mr. President, if based on the investigation of the police and
ours, ma'am, is Task Force Aguila by the DA.
Task Force Aguila of the DILG, then they will be delisted and
They will be cleared.
they will be cleared. There have been people who have been cleared, no?
Based on the pronouncement of the President, Governor Espino was actually cleared. But in our case, in the Task Force Aguila, we're still on the process of investigating.
Yes. There have been those in the narco politics list who have been cleared. He mentions about General Espino. That's,
Governor Espino.
Governor Espino of Pangasinan. No?
That's right.
Well,
So the list is not permanent, Madam Sponsor.
it is not permanent. There have been those who have been delisted, those undergoing investigation.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, at the moment, ma'am, we are still in the process of investigating because we observe due process and the rule of law.
They're still in the process of conducting investigation.
And of course, Madam Sponsor, aside from being delisted and cleared, of course, and again, not just LGU officials, but any citizen who may have been unjustly accused would also have other remedies under the law because mere delisting is
Yes.
does not immediately undo the damage of having been wrongly listed in the first place.
You're correct.
If
You're correct.
wrongly, in terms of the damage done to the person, whether an LGU official or not.
You're correct. And in fact, when you're in the list, it could also endanger your life. What if
Yes,
some
Madam
vigilante
Sponsor.
group wants to liquidate you because you are an alleged user, pusher, drug lord, etc.? What if there was a mistake? Paano kung may kapangalan ka? Paano? Nakakatakot talaga rin.
And as a last question on Oplan Tokhang, Madam.
Aguila only investigates the local officials.
Yes, Madam Sponsor.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Can I interject something? There's actually a new list, 5 to 6 inches thick.
5 to?
6 inches thick of paper.
Uh-huh.
There's a new list, and I've asked the President to give the Senate one copy.
Okay.
So when it arrives, we can examine it.
Thank you, Mr.
Has
President.
this list been published, been mentioned before?
No, it's confidential according to the President, but it has been validated numerous times. So he's confident about
Of
this
how
list.
many names, Mr. President?
I have no idea how many names can be contained in the 5 to 6 inches
lot,
thick
Mr.
of bond
President.
paper. Yes.
Well, I think, Madam Sponsor, that adds another level of stress to our budget interpellations because we know the concerns raised about the quality of the case building that went into earlier lists. There have been admitted mistakes about the previous lists, and I really wish that we could do governance and law enforcement through the regular manners instead of lists that, since they emanate from the highest, our highest elected leader, might be copycatted at lower levels and for not necessarily the purposes which the list is supposed to be dedicated, but even personal or other professional or even political vendetta, which makes life a lot more complicated for all Filipinos and even, I believe, for the PNP. As a last question, Madam Sponsor, on Oplan Tokhang, is there any recognition from the DILG-PNP of the LGUs who are implementing exemplary best practices or success stories, models in their anti-drug campaign? Or should the DILG be setting up performance incentives for those LGUs who are proven to be practicing and performing well in the anti-drug program in the localities?
The seal of good governance. You mean in Sofitel 2 weeks ago? Yes, a seal of good governance, Mr. President. There were around 300 local governments who were recipients, and one of the criteria for that would be peace and order, which includes, of course, the anti-drug war. But perhaps what Senator Ontiveros means is that we can have a special award to really encourage local governments to be models in the anti-drug war. Di ba? Just like we have the clean and green for environment. Let's do something. Maganda yan. Ayan, gawin yung project. Maganda yan. So that
Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
they can have innovative ways, not just in building a beautiful rehab center, yung preventive. They have a psychosocial program. They have a sports activity for families. They would have social workers, maybe all their BHWs and nutrition scholars have can build capacity to be to know about mental health and how to deal at paano sa barangay, paano mo mamamasid ang parang may temptasyon magdroga, yung ganon, preventive. Tapos may mga activities sa barangay, sa syudad, sa munisipyo, para hindi maging drug den. Yun. So, maganda yun, magkaroon kayo ng ganong programa.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, for those suggestions about how the department can recognize and perhaps prime for replication
Yes.
such programs that could pick up a lot of lessons from our experiences of the past months.
Yes.
Many elements, preventive, rehab, mental health.
And they can even do like sister cities, sister towns. Yung magaling sa kontra-droga, pwede i-mentor yung isang laganap ang droga. Tapos, magkokopya ng best practices, di ba?
And best practices models, because they would go beyond strictly a law enforcement approach only to include complementary approaches to make our response more effective, at the same time more humane, and I would also say more economical.
Yes. Kung meron tayong zero waste barangays, meron tayong zero drug barangays. And let's aspire for the 42,000. Ilan ba ang total barangays? 42,036. 42,036 barangays. That's our aspiration, 2022. 42,036, zero drugs ang barangay. Drug-free.
Isang huling
Without
follow-up
killing.
question, Madam Sponsor, on the Oplan Tokhang. So, is there actually a delisting process from the Tokhang list? Not just for the LGU officials who may be among the more capable to assist themselves, but ordinary citizens who are on the list.
In charge.
Nadidelist ba sila?
Police at sa barangay. So there's a barangay anti-drug abuse council that works together with the police to adjudicate, to the list, to verify, to check, and that is implemented in all barangays. All barangays have that. Okay.
So this is the mechanism, Madam Sponsor, for ordinary citizens
Yes.
who are on the list, if they are averring their innocence, to be delisted.
That's correct? Yes, Mr. President.
Then, Madam Sponsor, it would be it would be also, I think, helpful for us in the Senate to oversee how effectively these councils are able to engage in that delisting process when necessary.
Yes.
May na-delist na po ba, Madam Sponsor? At
mga
ilan
na-delist
po
na
ba
sa
sila?
mga barangay.
Yung mga ordinaryong mamamayan lang.
Hindi kailangan
Hindi po mga opisyal.
politics, but yung mga ordinaryong tao sa mga barangay, nagkamali, meron naman daw, marami daw.
Marami po. Do we have a number, Madam Sponsor, of the number,
Would
the
you have a
many
number?
delisted so far?
The number is not available.
I hope, Madam Sponsor, by Monday, we could have a list,
Just
oh,
like-
rather, the number.
The number,
Opo.
just the number of those who have been delisted. If we have an idea, by Monday, pwede submit, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. And as a last observation on the Oplan Tokhang, if we are really experiencing lower crime rates, it leaves a question in the mind of citizens, then why is there still the continuing state of lawlessness? One of which grounds is the war on drugs. I'll just leave that as a question in my mind and in the mind of other citizens. Moving on, Madam Sponsor, to the BJMP budget and prison health. Alam niyo naman po, I always try to go back to one of our main advocacies here, public health. The BJMP requested 15.77 billion. The DBM endorsed 11.14 billion, and the committee proposes 11.53 billion, still 4.24 billion short of the requested budget of the Bureau. There are two important budgetary points, I think, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. One, the allocation for medicine allowance, increasing from 5 to 10 pesos per day, and 50 pesos allocated for subsistence allowance, the same from the previous year.
We increased, no? 10 pesos.
It's 10 pesos na po.
It's
Although
now
I
60 pesos. I know
I'm sorry,
it's still,
60
I know it's still not enough, but from 50 pesos to 60 pesos, that's
to
a Senate,
60 pesos.
Senate augmentation, 10 pesos per individual.
Naalala ko lang po kasi, Madam Sponsor, na may nagkaroon ng advocacy from the Bureau na yung prisoner subsistence allowance kung maaring maitaas sa 80 pesos.
Yes, Mr. President, but just so that you know,
Opo.
additional 10 pesos for the subsistence allowance of the
Yes.
106,280 number of inmates already amounts to 388 million. 10 pesos pa lang yun. I really wanted 80 pesos. I remember during the hearing, binanggit ko, kinompute nila Attorney Yoli at sabi, baka daw
Well, in that case,
388 million na yung
Opo.
ating dagdag.
Opo. In that case, baka, Madam Sponsor, we can look at catching up with the shortfall for the Bureau in next year, perhaps, next
At
year.
least 60 na ang
hopefully.
kanilang base. Baka sa kanilang net,
We will accept any increase as a start.
you will accept any increase as a start kaysa naman bawiin pa yung increase.
Yes,
Tapos
Madam
pag submit
Sponsor.
ninyo, 60 na ngayon, submit nyo next year, 80 na. Kayo na mag-submit.
Well,
no?
80 sana yung request nila this year, so
Sa NEP.
baka more than 80 next year. Pero I'm sure naman yung committee will
Yes.
do its utmost to see what the Senate
That's
could
true,
propose.
because we see that there's so much funds in government at hindi naman nagagastos ng ibang ahensya. Ito, sigurado magagastos at kakainin. Kaya kailangan talaga, kayo na ang mag-submit sa NEP para hindi na kailangan dagdag ng dagdag dito. You submit 80 or 100.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, as Chair of the Committee on Health, I'm concerned with the adequacy of subsistence allowance to maintain health and strength, even of people in conflict with the law, in the prison system on one hand, and on the other, of course, whether the food is of decent quality, properly prepared and served. Actually naman, concern ng maraming Pilipino, pero pati yung mga kababayan natin na sa na mga preso. And another interest to us in the committee is whether or not our Bureau realizes the effect of prison health on public health and how close the collaboration is between the prison health and the national health services. So, to my questions, Madam Sponsor, on the BJMP budget, would the proposed budget be sufficient to cover the cost? Like, nakikita ko na yung pag-iling ng ulo.
Kulang talaga, Madam.
To provide the nutritional requirements of prisoners and whether the food system is humane and decent.
We
No.
Hindi
I
pa
don't,
po.
I will answer. I won't.
Opo.
I am certain it's not humane and decent. I am certain kulang talaga.
So at this point in time, Madam Sponsor, na kulang pa yung kaperahan natin para dito, what are the strategies adopted to meet at least a minimum standard of food?
I have a suggestion. Meron kayong mga lupa at ba't hindi kayo magtanim ng mga gulay sa kapaligiran ninyo para
Lands, we're different from Bucor.
kayo walang lupa.
We have problems with
Pero
congestion.
okay, but there's such a thing as vertical gardening. Even sa mga poste, hanggang sa mga walls, pwede kayong magtanim ng gulay, kangkong, alokbati. Oo, alam mo,
Madam
ano,
Sponsor, I support that in principle, of course, but
I know.
masikip na po yung mga preso natin para masikipan sila lalo ng
I'm
mga
not saying
paso.
sa loob ng prisons, even
Opo,
outside,
opo.
sa labas, alam ko puro semento yan. I've been to the Quezon City Jail, talaga. Oo. Malaming lupa. I-decongest. In fact, sa mga syudad, napakataas na ng value ng mga lupa doon. Hindi dapat doon eh. Oo. Ilagay sa mga regions, tama si Senator Villar, ilagay sa regions para maluwag. Tapos magtanim sa mga, ang daming lupa. Hindi ginagamit, DNR, ang dami nilang lupa. I-regionalize para din yung mga preso nandun sa kung saan mga pamilya nila, malapit sa pamilya, may bisita, tapos maluwag, pagtanim sila doon, kailan tatakas naman.
Access, ma'am, to those lands.
Madam Sponsor, aside from adequate food,
They're saying they don't have access to the land. Government has land. Kayo, BGMWE, wala. Makipag-MOA kayo sa ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Get the inventory of lands. LGU and DNR has so much land. So, get the inventory from LRA of all lands available. Yung mga marginal land sa mga liblib, kung saan may fresh air, malayo sa populasyon, tapos pagtanimin mo sila doon.
Madam Sponsor, aside from adequate food, what are available health services and interventions provided to the prisoners? Naalala ko po yung isang inulat ng Bureau, yung kanila pong TCMP or Therapeutic Community Modality Program. So, ano pa po ba yung mga available health or health-related services and interventions sa mga preso po?
Meron po kaming partnership with the DOH and TB Dots. Meron po.
They have a partnership with DOH on TB.
TB Dots.
Libre ang TB treatment. TB dots, oo. And TESDA for skills training. I'm sorry?
We really lack doctors. So you have to ask help from the DOH. Wala kaming doctors.
Okay, that is good. Maybe you can craft the provision for me. They need regular visits from doctors. In the special provision of BJMP, we can actually ask the DOH to provide free regular visits of doctors. Dental and medical visits.
Kulang talaga kami.
Ang makakatulong sa inyo, Red Cross.
Yes.
Magaling yung mga Red Cross.
Ayan, Madam Sponsor, nakita ko na rin si Senator from Zambales.
Hindi talaga, nakakaawa naman eh. Walang naktur eh.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. I'll work on a draft and present
Special
it.
provision in
Madam
BJMP and DOH so that
Opo.
DOH will be mandated to help them and provide for regular visits of doctors. Siguro, yung mga bagong graduate, hindi ba? Bago mag-abroad, mag-master, ganyan, bagong graduate, o interns, nag-i-intern sa mga ospital. Pwede silang residente, yung mga intern, residente.
I'll look
Pwede yun.
into
Pwedeng sa
drafting
mga-
that into the
pwedeng
special
sa
provision.
yung mga graduate na
Madam
medical school, pwede ang DOH na mag-manage noon, mag-provide ng regular dental and medical visits. Maganda yan.
Madam Sponsor, what are, alam naman natin ang mga tao sa loob ng mga prison, hindi lang yung mga preso mismo, pero yung mga kababayan natin na nagtatrabaho doon. So, what are also the available health services? Are they adequate? Are they sufficient for prison employees? Meron din po bang health services for our employees there?
Sabi ni Senator Villar, wag na mahaba ang sagot ko. Sige. Yes. Yes lang daw ng yes.
Yes. But of course, Madam Sponsor, when Madam Sponsor says yes, ang follow-up is yung pag-oversight natin dyan.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
the Committee on Health will be glad to do that.
Pagod.
Madam Sponsor, is the BJMP aware of special healthcare requirements for women prisoners? And what are their
Yes.
actions, responses regarding this? I'm also the chair of the Senate Committee on Women, so if the Madam Sponsor says yes,
Yes.
then
No,
I'll
it's true.
work with other colleagues here in the Senate
Huh?
to oversee that. That's actually a reality.
Inaalagaan mga babae.
And
The management for the women prisoners or inmates is separate. They have a different program for women inmates.
thank you, Madam
Meron pa ba akong
Sponsor.
DPWA? Wala na.
And lastly, on the BJMP budget and
Wala
prison health, what are the plans overall? What are the plans of
Uwi.
BJMP to improve the health in prison setting? Aside from what we have discussed, meron pa po ba na maaring hingan nila ng suporta sa Kongreso in their next year's budgets until 2022?
Which? BJ?
Improvement of health services in the prisons from the point of view of BJMP.
We will have improvements in maayos yung aming jail facilities. Very congested po kami.
Yes, all of this boils down to the congestion. They really need space. So, we'll be open. Maghanap kayo ng lupa. Oo, hindi naman kailangan kayong may-ari. Hindi magmowa kayo sa... Sige na.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. So to my next short set of questions on the PNP Health Services. The PNP Health Services has been recognized for its delivery of effective and holistic approach in healthcare services to PNP uniformed and non-uniformed personnel, their dependents, and authorized civilians. My question, Madam Sponsor, to continue providing the much-needed healthcare to our police force and to maintain healthcare services at par with the country's best. So ito po yung pangarap na sumulong sa isang universal healthcare system. Move many steps towards that in the next 6 years. I'd like to know first, what are the visions, plans, and needed support of the PNP Health Services in the next 3 to 5 years?
PNP Health.
So, or in the next 6 years?
PNP Health Service. Wala rito.
Pero Bok, magtatayo ng hospital.
But you have the PNP hospital already.
Yes, ma'am. Yung parang
I think the upgrading, there's an intended more together with MVP because he has a lot of hospitals.
MVP.
Yes, meron
private
so
sector.
parang affiliation. They
Ah.
just wanted an assessment of how our hospitals perform.
Your PNP hospital in Tangin
Okay.
will be
All over
run
the
by
country.
MVP. All your PNP
Yes, they will
hospitals.
study and then they will have a MOA to purposely to improve.
Not privatize.
No, not private.
Yes.
They'll just open
There's a study and there's
Yes, Madam Sponsor.
there's a MOA already, or you will still have the
we will
MOA.
enter to.
Mm.
As a matter of fact, with the Makati Medical Center, we're going to come up with a medical plaza
Good.
in Campanocchio in Quezon City. One of the proposals.
A medical plaza run by Makati Medical Center.
Yes.
Good.
Jointly with the PNP.
The PNP hospitals and the MVP group of companies, Manny Pangilinan, who owns and runs Makati Medical Center, are studying or will embark on a MOA for all PNP hospitals to be run by the Pangilinan Group. And they have one in Quezon City. On study, a medical plaza like Makati Medical Center in Quezon City for the PNP.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. And how does the PNP intend to link their health system, their health services, to the national health system? So aside from this, in a way, public-private partnership, say with the MVP group, in terms of partnership with our national health system as led by the Department of Health, meron din po bang pinag-aaralan or papasukan na partnerships to up the quality of care for PNP and its dependents?
To address that, to improve the health services.
They are covered by PhilHealth.
Yes.
There's a pending bill in the Senate, I guess in your committee,
Yes, Madam.
filed by Senator Cayetano on improving the healthcare services for our PNP.
it's pending in your committee.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
President.
Sponsor. I'll look into that. And would these initiatives so far with the private sector and then with our national health system as envisioned in the bill of Senator Cayetano and others, would this also include insurance coverage for social protection of the PNP personnel?
Ikaw na lang mag-defend ang public works.
To improve the coverage.
It's part of the coverage, Mr.
Insurance
President.
coverage is covered in these
Si Dick na lang mag-defend.
initiatives.
Dick.
And lastly, Madam Sponsor, on the PNP Health Services, what about the health needs of the PNP in the regions outside NCR? Will the envisioned MOA include regional hospitals where the PNP are deployed, or are these concentrated in NCR or NCR Cebu, Davao?
Nationwide,
It will similarly apply for region.
nationwide. Kung sa region daw po, ma'am,
All
kung
the regions, it will similarly.
yung same kanina, ma'am, kung extended sa regions yung national na.
The intended programs will extend up to the region.
Yes, Mr. President. Hindi akong kausapin mo, yung nagtatanong. They're nagging me here. Okay.
Yes, I just have one last
Yes, this is extended to
group
the
of
regions,
questions.
Mr. President.
It's extended
Yes,
to the
Mr. President.
regions.
Akong kinukulit na yung nagtatanong.
Yes, in fact, Madam Sponsor, I just have one
No, the
last
questions
cluster
are
of
very good.
questions.
Yes,
Thank you,
they're-
Madam
they're-
Sponsor.
And
Last
you will,
set.
You will submit the special provisions we mentioned about earlier. Anyway,
Yes,
sige
Madam
na.
Sponsor. So my last
Nalilalit
set
siya
of
pag mahaba ang sagot ko eh.
questions. Again, Madam Sponsor, as a PNP widow who highly values the security sector reform efforts of the institution in the last 3 decades, in light of the controversial burial of the late dictator Ferdinand E. Marcos at the Libingan ng Magabayani, whose legality is still under dispute by various quarters and which was implemented by our security forces,
Si Senator
I must
Jordan
ask
na
these
mag-defend
very
ng
serious
PWD.
questions, short set but of very serious questions, and strongly request a thorough and satisfactory explanation of each of them. First of all, Madam Sponsor, reconciling the contradicting statements of the executive and the PNP on the matter. To it, Madam Sponsor, Malacanang said, we didn't know about the Marcos burial. Then the executive secretary said, the president was not informed that the burial will be today. And then the PNP said, but the PNP said, the president knows about the burial. So, someone is not telling us the truth or the whole truth, or someone is not doing their job or not doing it completely well. And we cannot have this, Madam Sponsor, on such an important issue where one of our key institutions, or several of our key institutions are involved. So may I very respectfully seek a thorough and satisfactory explanation about these conflicting statements.
Alam nyo, hindi. Kahapon lang po nalaman ni General De La Rosa yung paglilibing. Yung libing.
And I appreciated the statement from the PNP, not only that they learned about it yesterday, but in fact that the President knows about the burial. So how explain, Madam Sponsor, the conflicting statements from the palace that they didn't know about the burial and that the President was not informed that the burial would be today?
Yes.
Kung kahapon po nalaman ng ating PNP, bakit ganito yung mga
Nagkamali po
sinasabi
si
ng
General.
palace?
Inaamin po niya ang pagkakamali. Kahapon niya nalaman, yung sinabi niyang alam ni Pangulo, ina-assume lang niya. Kaya maraming nakakamatay sa akala, di ba? Oo, dapat huwag natin assume. So, akala niya, ina-assume niya, alam ni Pangulo, dahil magkaibigan naman sila ng mga Marcos, ay siguro alam na niya. Ganun. In-assume lang niya. But
Actually-
in short, you're saying you don't know it for a fact. Na alam.
Well, Madam Sponsor,
Okay.
I'm hearing from the floor, from a colleague who was also Chief PNP na lalong masama kung hindi alam ng ating highest elected official, yung pinaka-pinuno ng ating national police. And ako bilang mamamayan din, I presume, and I want to presume, na kung may isang bagay na alam ng ating national police, na syempre at dapat, alam din ng presidente. So that's something, Madam Sponsor, that I hope, I request to have a better, more thorough, and satisfactory explanation at the latest by Monday, Madam Sponsor. Kasi mahirap namang pong i-presume na yung National Police lamang natin, PNP, syempre sunod dyan, Chief PNP, pero sunod pa po doon ang presidente. Na alam ng PNP, pero hindi alam o hindi alam kung kailan ng presidente. Bilang mamamayan, Madam President, Madam Sponsor, hindi ko matatanggap yon at hindi ko dapat tanggapin yon. So that's the one question I really request a satisfactory explanation on by Monday at the latest. My second serious question, Madam Sponsor, is on ensuring that there were no violations of the judicial courtesy principle and other processes. For example, Madam Sponsor, there's this Rule 52 of the Rules of Court. Section 1 of Rule 52 of the Rules of Court on motion for reconsideration says, regarding period of filing, a party may file a motion for reconsideration of a judgment or even final resolution within 15 days from notice thereof, with proof of service on the adverse party. This, Madam Sponsor, was observed, I remember, even during the pendency of the cases in the Supreme Court on the reproductive health law, na talagang tuwing may MR, iintayin munang tumakbo yung buong 15 araw para yung magfa-file ng MR ay may tsansa at para madinig ito ng Korte Suprema. And in fact, the Supreme Court had said that they are scheduled to hear the MR, a strong MR, reportedly, if a file ng mga petitioners, SC was scheduled to hear the MR on Tuesday. So, what happened to Rule 52 in this case? Hindi ba nalabag yung Rule 52 ng Rules of Court? Judicial courtesy principle din, Madam Sponsor. The judicial courtesy principle, turo sa akin ng mga abogado, is to allow the court time to resolve the case. Isang halimbawa nito, yung sa kaso daw ng Heritage Hotel, na that principle of judicial courtesy was observed by all parties concerned in the case at hindi po nagmadali, hindi inunahan nino man ang sino man. And lastly, Madam Sponsor, on this judicial courtesy and other processes, Representative Lagman actually filed an urgent manifestation na huwag muna sanang ituloy yung pagpapilibing kaninang tanghali dahil nga magfa-file po sila ng mga MR. At dahil sinabi na po ng Korte Suprema, nandidinigin niya yung mga MR on Tuesday. May schedule po, may araw na pong nakatakda. So, that's my question, my second question, Madam Sponsor. Hindi ba nalabag itong mga judicial courtesy principle and other processes?
That's purely judicial, Mr. President. It is not within my ambit to answer that question.
I can respect that answer, Madam Sponsor, but the question I still posed to our PNP because they are a premier armed service of our executive, which just as we in the legislature, out of due courtesy to the SC when they were still hearing the cases, we actually waited 1 whole month before we voted on my Senate Resolution number 86 out of due courtesy. At nitong huli, nitong kaninang tanghali, Hindi naman po hindi alam ng ating buong executive na may nakaschedule na pagdinig ng judiciary, the third in our separate and co-equal branches, na pagdinig sa MR on Tuesday. Kaya yung tanong, hindi ba nalabag yung judicial courtesy principle and other processes dahil itinuloy pa rin yung pagpapalibing kahit hindi pa final and executory yung desisyon ng korte. Live pa yung case kasi nga po may ididinig pang MR as the SC has done numerous times in the past on numerous other cases.
Yes. Sabi
Yes, Madam Sponsor, there was a violation.
si Ping Lacson ang sumasagot.
And if that is the answer...
Are you asking me to
I'm
answer?
asking, Madam Sponsor, if
Yes.
in the opinion of the PNP, was there not a violation of
President.
judicial courtesy and other processes?
Yeah, anyway, Mr. President, according to the PNP, the time, the venue, the preparations was an arrangement between the family and the military, and the police were just asked to secure the place in the event there are protesters.
I will certainly ask similar questions of our armed forces, Madam Sponsor,
so you'll
but
be ready with
a
your
personal or family agreement between one family, no matter how prestigious, and an armed service of our executive during the pendency of a case in another branch of government surely cannot outweigh these processes and these principles that we too in the legislature are compelled to observe and respect, and which we have endeavored to respect. So again, Madam Sponsor, I'd like to request a much more complete and satisfactory answer from the PNP by
DILG.
Monday at the latest, Madam Sponsor, the day before the Supreme Court was supposed to hear the motions for
The memo, the
reconsideration.
answers to your questions will be given on Monday.
Thank you so much,
Give a
Madam
legal
Sponsor.
answer.
And
Okay.
last but
Thank
not the
you.
least, thank you so much. My last serious question about what transpired this noon is related to ensuring that no public funds or state resources were illegally used to implement a burial whose legality is still disputed. And I do say still disputed, not just because naglalaban na ng mga opinyon ng mga iba't ibang mamamayan, iba't ibang grupo sa lipunan, but precisely because SC was still supposed to hear the MR 4 days from now. So, what is the word from the PNP about public funds or state resources possibly illegally used to implement this burial?
Rest assured, Mr. President, that even that issue on the possible use of public funds will be included in their answer on Monday.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor, and thank you very much to the DILG and PNP family gathered here. I really look forward both to working in the Senate and with the department and the National Police on the budget and program items we have discussed, and also to receiving complete and satisfactory answers to these questions, which I ask not only as a legislator, but as a widow of the PNP, who prizes so much the security sector reform efforts of the institution in the last 3 decades and the gains that it has actually posted in the opinion, in the estimation of the public, not to be devalued by the events, for me, the terrible events of noon today. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Thank
and
you,
thank
Mr.
you very
President.
much, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
President, may
Ontiveros.
we now recognize Senator Laila De Lima.
Senator De Lima is recognized.
Tapos na si Laila, hindi ba? After DILG, ano? Ha? Dali na.
Thank you.
One suspension, Mr. President. Just
Session suspended.
Sige, lilimit ko na lang. Pipili na lang.
Yung mapa niya. Yung isa lang siguro maraming na confirm na yung isa lang or natutunan. Pero paano ka gagawin?
Hindi ka, sir. Pa-overtime lang din yan. Pa-overtime na lang. Yes, sir. Tapos yung isa, hindi to.
Yung dinisting book pinaka ay related to already.
Basta lagyan lang. Ang parami ka lang naman.
Tumigil na. Tumigil na. At saka validate.
study till 12.
Session is resumed.
I'm ready, Mr. President.
Senator De Lima is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Still on the war on drugs.
Kape? Nina?
How does the DILG
Kayang-kaya ni Attorney Duque.
and or the PNP define a narco state?
Google mo nga ang legal definition. A narco state, to my mind, Mr. President, is a state where there is a proliferation of illegal drugs, where even the leadership, both national and local, have been infiltrated by illegal drugs, and where the populace have been affected, victimized by the drug menace.
Is it the official position of the administration that our country is now a narco state?
I would not want to state that, Mr. President. That will be very bad for our economy, for tourism, for our people. If I answer you in the affirmative and state that the Philippines is a narco state, that would be a headline, and that would be disastrous for our economy and for economic growth and for tourism, because we are not. Yes, indeed, the drug problem has probably been ignored, swept under the rug, not sufficiently addressed by the past administrations, plural, not because they did not want to, but because they had other priorities, or because the problems are just so insurmountable and multifarious. But presently, the problem, as we discovered, is more than we had ever expected, at least to my mind, and there is a need to address it vigilantly as it is done now, and aggressively.
But Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, is the President himself who keeps on saying that we're now in a narco state, or that we're now a narco state. That's why I'm asking whether it is also the official position of the PNP and the DILG that our country is now a narco state. I want to know if everybody understands what a narco state is.
I think, Mr. President, what the President means is that he is doing this because he is preventing the Philippines into falling into the trap of becoming a narco state. He wants to save our children and the generations to come from the illegal drug menace.
Based on my little research, narco state is defined as an area that has been taken over and is controlled
by
and corrupted by drug cartels, and where law enforcement is effectively non-existent. Another definition of a narco state is when a country is a country in which the illegal trade in narcotic drugs forms a substantial part of the economy. So it is important to understand whether the PNP as an institution, the DILG as an institution also, understands, knows exactly what a narco state is.
That is the reason, Mr. President, based on your definition, that I said that I do not think that we are a narco state yet, and that the President, in making this a centerpiece of his administration, is preventing us into becoming such.
Thank you. A Reuters special report on October 18, 2016 claimed that the data being employed with the administration concerning the actual total number of drug users, the number of users actually needing treatment, the types of drugs being consumed, and the prevalence of drug-related crime is either exaggerated, flawed, or non-existent. Of course, I don't expect DILG and or the PNP to agree with this observation based on a Reuters special report. But let me just
Sorry, yeah, it's
state that according to the Reuters report, number one, contrary to the SONA statement that there are 3.7 million addicts, a 2015 survey of the Dangerous Drugs Board revealed that there are only 1.8 million users, and not even addicts. It's users, or just fewer than half the figure stated by the President.
Dole.
Number 2 point, only 1/3 of this 1.8 million, or about 600,000, had taken drugs in the previous 13 months. That's previous to October 18, 2016. Fewer than half of them, 860,000, had consumed shabu, the addictive stimulant widely blamed for high crimes. Most were marijuana users.
DPWH pa after this.
Another info or data put forward by that report, another central claim to justify the drug war is that 75% of serious crimes in the country are drug-related. But no official could say where this data came from. An official of the PNP Directorate for Investigation and Detective Management said that only 15% of heinous crimes are drug-related. Now, as I said, I would not know whether PNP or DILG would want to either confirm or deny these observations in that Reuters special report. But my point is, the dubious data, the suspicions about having dubious data have serious consequences. They determine, for instance, how many should be targeted for drug operations. This has led to the drawing of drug lists from the barangays, municipalities, and police with the names of drug suspects, thousands of whom have been shot dead either in police operations or by unknown assailants. There is even pressure to law enforcers to just conduct tokhang operations anywhere. Even if the reported number of so-called surrenderers are more than 700,000, it is a very impressive figure. The figure is nowhere near 3.7 million that the President has repeatedly stated. Dubious data also results in failure to distinguish between users and problem users or addicts that really require serious drug treatment. There is also failure to know between users of shabu and marijuana who require different approaches in treatment and rehabilitation. Mr. President, before we arm our police force with a budget for this war on drugs, we must first understand how we measure the incidence of drug use or drug trade. I guess many of you would agree. And that's why I ask, would DILG agree to an independent audit of the statistical data for the war on drugs, given these questions on the accuracy or reliability of the data being officially presented to us? Wala po talagang nakakasagot dun sa totoo ba yan na it's 3.7 million addicts or users.
Mr. President,
Senator Soto is
may I
recognized.
interject with the permission of the sponsor, Chairman of the Committee on Finance? I could not help but react to the question of Senator De Lima. And I do not expect an answer from the chairman. And that is the reason I would like to interject. Because when we talk about dubious data, you should look also at the possibility that the Reuters report is a dubious data. Why do I say this? Because in 2008, while I was the Dangerous Drugs Board chairman, I was the one who conducted the household survey. I was the one who had the household survey conducted. Because during that time, I was not a believer of surveys until I lost in the elections of 2007. So I started studying surveys. And that is the reason when I became Dangerous Drugs Board chairman of 2008, I started researching and studying the surveys. And one of the surveys I had conducted by the DDB and the DILG was a household survey on drug dependency. The figures the ballpark figure then, in 2008, was 1.7 million drug dependents in the country. All right? When you say drug dependence, it depends on what level of drug dependency. Now, during that time, I was invited to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime conference in Vienna, Austria. I attended. When I attended, I was shocked at the dubious data that the UNODC had. They had in their list, and you can check this right now. In their list, the Philippines had more than 7 million drug dependents. And they based it on some kind of a report. So I was shocked, and I told them, where did you get the 7 million drug dependents? As a matter of fact, the chairman of a certain committee in the UNODC had to call for a small gathering to address my concern, which I brought out in plenary. Because in that same report, they had listed in the Chinese drug-dependent list 1 million drug dependents only in China. I cannot believe that. So I asked, where did you get that data of 7 million in the Philippines and 1 million from China? And they said it was submitted to them. By who? The Chinese data was submitted by China. And where did they get the figures? The answer there, Mr. President, is they got the figures because these are the number of drug dependents that they have in rehabilitation centers. Yung mga nasa rehab center lang ang binilang nila na drug dependent. In other words, pagka ganun ang data na gusto mo, na pinaniniwalaan ng UNODC, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, then in the Philippines, baka less than 1,000. O baka, I'm sorry, less than 100,000 ang drug dependents. I mean, kasi yun lang ang laman ng drug rehabilitation center natin. Hindi Senator De Lima might be right that the data might be dubious, but also the Reuters report, I assure you, could be more dubious than what we have. Because yung 1.7 was in 2008. And the problem escalated all the way to 2016. I am very sure of that. Therefore, the 3 million is believable. It could include not hardcore drug dependents. It could include just regular users, as they say. But I would rather believe that than believing a report by Reuters, who is anti-administration in the Philippines. So it's more believable, and there is data to prove it, than what they claim.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. President.
precisely the point of this representation's line of questioning is to try to determine the accuracy or reliability of this data. I cited the data as cited in that Reuters report, and I'm throwing the question to the PNP and the DILG on whether they have their own figures. We need to determine the correct statistics, the correct data. And we're not getting any official confirmation of the data being floated by no less than the President. That data must have come from somewhere. And when the President assumed office, was there an effort to validate the statistical data? Meron po bang pwedeng sumagot?
1 minute suspension. Session resumed.
Hindi mo budget na pinag-usapan.
Mr. President, I raised those questions, but if DILG and PNP are not ready or not minded, for whatever reason, to respond to that, I would understand, and I can proceed to the next point. I just hope that they can come up with the answers to those questions soon.
Ano yun?
And just a manifestation that it would appear that the data cited by Reuters actually came from DDB. So if there is a representative of the DDB, perhaps he or she can
How big is the difference?
confirm or deny.
Data.
But again, I won't belabor the point right now. Next point. May we know,
I dismissed them
Mr.
already.
President, Madam Sponsor, what's the extent of the drug trade or any drug-related activities within detention facilities under BJMP? Kasi ang palagi lang ho natin naririnig ay yung sitwasyon sa Bilibid, which is under Bucor. So is there or isn't there a proliferation of drugs as well in this BJMP administered or supervised drug facilities?
May we request for a response from the sponsor? Session suspended.
Di ba nandiyan ang BJMP?
Isang tanong na lang kung ay
Ito po yung nakakulong sa atin. 74,000.
Okay. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
So my standing question, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, is on the drug proliferation within detention facilities under BJMP. But would the BJMP would be able to answer that, or would it require also information from DDB? Because if it would require information from DDB, then I'm willing to withdraw that question at this point.
Campaign against it.
And then I'll just ask
Yes,
one last
Mr.
question.
President, insofar as the BJMP is concerned, there's a continuing effort to rid the inmates of drugs, and there's a figure here: 74,484 inmates of the total inmate population are charged with drug cases. They are there because of drug cases, right? That's 57.64%. More than 50% of the inmates are there because of drug-related cases.
Are there also drug-related activities happening within detention facilities under BJMP? Whether of the same or lesser magnitude than what we uncovered in the Bilibid?
It's still happening.
Is also happening.
Continuous apprehension.
There are continuous apprehensions, Mr. President, and
through Greyhound operation.
and you have raids.
The name is Greyhound Operation.
Greyhound. They conduct Greyhound operation where they search, and these are surprise inspections.
One last point. Are there also case buildup being made against high-profile drug personalities or suspected high-profile drug personalities? Whatever happened, for example, to Peter Lim, and whatever happened, for example, to the investigations involving the 5 police generals named by the President. Wala ho kasi tayong naririnig eh. Ang naririnig lang natin yung mga kaso na pinafile sa laban sa isang senadora. Pero yung iba po,
This question is posed
are there
on
also
the PNP, no?
case buildups
Investigation. Napolcom.
being
Sino
made?
Napolcom na yun?
What's the status of these cases,
Your
of these
investigation
investigations?
on the general.
Natuloy ho ba yung investigation against, the investigation involving Peter Lim? We have not heard from him.
General Tinio and General Pagdilaw is going to be submitted.
Of the 5 generals, Mr. President, there are 2 investigations which are for submission or have been submitted for submission to the President, Mr. President.
Regarding
Of the 5 generals, there are 2 generals, the investigations of which are for submission to the President.
the results of the investigation for
The
submission
results
to
of the
President.
investigation
What
on
happened to the
generals.
3 others still under investigation?
Yes, the 3 others.
The 3 others are not within the Polcom because they're already out of the service.
The 2 incumbent police generals, Tino and Pagdilaw, are still in the service, and so the results of the investigation will be submitted by NAPOLCOM to the President. And the 3 former police generals, I think they are now mayors, no? Are they LGUs?
The third general is already being
Retired.
investigated now. General Diaz is also being investigated.
So the 5 are being investigated.
Only the 3 who are
Only the
retired
3, and the 2 others.
are already retired. So
I hope you will forgive me for
jurisdiction.
asking those questions. Because wala naman po tayong mga naririnig na sa iba eh.
No, it's important that we know. In
Yes,
fact, those
yes, madam.
questions are welcome because I also have those questions in my mind.
Yes.
And so, just so that it's clear, the investigation of the 5, there are 3 incumbent police generals, and 2 of those are for submission to the President. Maingay.
How about Peter Lim?
And
Natuloy ho ba
the
ang
local
investigasyon?
officials, the local officials who are former police generals is under jurisdiction of Task Force Aguila. Local officials.
Peter Lim is na-continue case build-up against Peter Lim.
Yes. The person you mentioned, Peter Lim, yung may sa Visayas, sa Cebu. The investigation is ongoing, and there are new new developments pertaining to that person. But maybe since there's a case build-up, it's better that we do not. Otherwise, we're on live stream now. Baka magtago pa yung tao o
What's the percentage of the cases being investigated? Because, well, the Senate President earlier made mention about this 5 to 6 thick documents supposedly containing new names. So if it's 5 to 6 documents, it must be hundreds, if not thousands, of names. Now, I wonder whether there are also ongoing investigations pertaining to those names.
thousands of people.
Pero ayaw na muna ngang i-divulge because you can imagine the effect of disclosing such a big number.
Yes.
Pending
Yes.
verification.
Yes, Mr. President, of those thousands of names in the 6-inch book that the Senate President mentioned, those pertaining to the PNP or those whose information emanated from the PNP are the subject of their investigation. But not everything in that book, in that list, came from the intel agencies of the PNP. They came from the intel agencies of government, and so those agencies are the ones conducting the investigation.
I will end my interpellation with that. I still have a few points, but in deference to the request of our colleague that I shorten, then I'll just
Thank
reserve
you.
my questions in other venues, like in committee hearings.
I
Thank
think
you.
that would be
Thank you.
helpful if we have a committee hearing on this, because I also want to be enlightened on this. Yeah, that's very relevant.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Madam.
Thank you, Senator De
Thank you,
Lima.
Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Sino pa?
Senator Gordon, Mr. President.
Senator Dick Gordon is recognized.
Naku ba, hindi na. Sincha. 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 Sincha.
Will the gentle lady yield to a few questions?
I always yield to Senator Gordon.
That's what I like about my colleague here, especially the pretty women. They always yield.
I always yield in the interpellations of
Thank you,
Senator
thank you,
Gordon.
thank you. Be careful. Your Honor, I would like to continue the protracted interpellation of our colleague from Rizal on the matter of BJMP. And my concern is simply this. I'd like to look at it from a holistic point of view. What is the capacity of the entire provincial detention center under BJMP?
Provincial capacity of
Provincial
BJMP?
jails are not under the BGMP.
Oh.
They're under the provincial government.
The provincial jails, there are no provincial jails. They're under the jurisdiction of the local governments, the provincial
No,
government.
I'm talking about the detention facilities. I'm sorry, I wasn't very clear. The detention facilities under BJMP. About 18,000, is it?
90,000 on the capacity, but we have the actual.
The actual capacity, the actual, wow. 541% congestion rate.
I wasn't asking about congestion rate. I was asking about capacity.
The ideal capacity is only 19,625.
And you have about over
You have
100,000.
125,000.
125,000. I just want to put it in perspective, in fairness to my previous colleague here was asking, because there really is a bone to chew about the detention center. So you have sometimes over 500%, and sometimes it even exceeds 2,000%.
Yes.
Some jails.
And the culprit is not just the smallness of the jails, is it? It's not just that.
Yes, yes.
Your Honor? I see the top gun of the BJMP talking here, and I just want to be sure, top gun. Kasi pag pinagtabi mo yung dalawa, stereo na.
Wala na, wala.
Ah,
Tatlo na yung...
Maliwanag po, maliwanag. Buhay.
Yan ang uso ngayon, uso. Grass does not grow on a busy street. Kita niya, ha? Your Honor, do I have an answer?
What is your question, Mr. President? Can you please
Your Honor,
restate
it
your
is not
question?
just the fact of
A lack of space.
of population or congestion,
congestion.
the smallness of the
Yes.
detention center, but in reality there are others, right? For an
Other
example, other factors.
Yes, Mr.
The
President.
slowness of the judiciary, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, when you ask about the slow wheels of justice, which doesn't reflect just on the detained prisoner but to the entire country, kung mabagal ang hustisya, you will really clog up the jail system and you will mix prisoners, won't you? Yung mababait, masasama dun sa talagang masasama.
Oh, tama po kayo.
Hindi wala
Maraming
ba kayong
dahilan.
iniisip na mga bagong mga paraan para ma-solve yan? Alam ko meron kayong, papasok muna ako doon sa pangalawa nyo, no? Meron kayong nakalaan na pera para gumawa ng mga bagong detention center. Is that not correct? Magkano po ang nakalaan doon?
1.6 billion. Ito po.
200 plus billion, di ba?
1.6.
Ano, ilan?
1.6 billion.
1.6 billion, okay. Yun po ang nakalaan. Ilan ho na pagawa nyo last year?
Worth 300.
Ano
This is
ang
important
kanilang
because
obligation?
hindi naman pwede tayo bigay ng pera kung hindi naman na ipapagawa. Kailangan mabilis kayong gumawa.
We have some problem with land ownership. That's why we cannot build.
Ayun na
If the
naman ang
land is
problema
not owned
nila.
by the
Land
BGM.
ownership.
Oh,
It has
kaya-
to be owned.
I am really leading up to that, Your Honor. And of course, as usual,
Bakit
napakagaling
kaya
ni
kayo
Senator
may-ari?
Ligarda. Hindi lang magaling, maganda
Government
pa.
pa sa government land.
Ano naman, hindi, narinig mo ba ako, ma'am? In other words, hindi lang mabagal, ngunit ang nangyayari, walang makuhang lupa. Tama? At kung may makukuhang lupa, walang titulo. Tama po ba yan? Bibigyan kayo ng pera, pero hindi naman yung magagastos. Siguro, bigay muna natin sa iba. Pwede ba yan? Kung di nyo magagastos, sayang. In other
Mr.
words,
President,
Your
hindi naman
Honor,
hadlang ang walang lupa dahil sabi ko nga maraming available na lupa. Basta government land, pwede naman sila mag-MOA or ilipat yung titulo mula sa DNR, for example, sa kanila.
you are correct, Your Honor, but there is also a swifter solution, which is to amend the law. Na kung ito ay walang title, dapat mabigyan na ng paraan, mabigyan ng priority. Sapagkat this is for public use. You can
Yes.
even expropriate land if you like.
Yes.
For public
Yes,
use, upon
Mr.
payment of just
President.
compensation. Maraming solusyon.
Yes, yes.
Pero masigasig ba kayo? Mukhang hindi. Di ba? Tutulong kami. We can file a bill para magawa yan, para mapigil yung bureaucracy, para magamit siyang pera.
Hindi nyo kayo, basta government land.
Di ba?
Po ang
COA. It should be titled.
Titled to BJMP?
Right now, we have coordinated with COA to give us.
I think COA will be flexible in that as long as it is government land, not private land.
Well, COA is reputed to be flexible, but when it comes to a new initiative, magiging rigid na naman yan. So it's important that you really sit down, or for that matter, the Senate crafts a bill where we can call COA, and we can all sit down so that they can agree to liberalize this measure para makagawa. Hindi lang naman sa BJMP yan, sa mga eskwela, di tayo makapasok dahil magkakaroon tayo ng lupa, di tayo makapagpatayo. Kaya we have a backlog in schools as well.
Also,
Ibuwet to yan, ma'am.
it's also the problem with DPWH, the next department. They have an allocation for this year for evacuation centers, and they can't find land when there's so much land because it has to be under them.
Well, I really am laying the predicate, Your Honor, for the fact that sometimes nasasabi natin nasisisi yung department, pero kailangan pa rin tayong gumalaw dahil kung minsan mabagal talaga yung proseso. Sayang ang pera, dapat ibigay na muna doon sa mabilis mag-consume para magamit yan, pero yung mga pera yan, magkakaroon tayo ng earmark later on for this. Will you be happy with that?
Yes.
Now, how do you propose to spend this 1.8 billion?
1.6 billion.
1.6 billion. Makakaya nyo bang expend yan for next year?
That's cool.
Because babalik kayo rito, ha?
Magkano yung kailangan?
Kulang
Pagbalik
pa
kayo
raw
rito,
po.
tatanungin ko kayo kung nagawa nyo yung building na yan.
Ito lang is 103 billion.
Talagang kailangan namin, sir.
They
And
need
while you were
100
thinking about it, Your Honor, I just want to highlight the fact, para mabilis tayo, Pagka nakakulong ka doon, 300 sa isang selda, sa isang opisina na kasing laki lang ng office ko doon na maliit doon sa taas. Hindi yung office natin malaki, ha? Yung inner sanctum office, 300, walang comfort room. Doon na sila kakain. At talagang pagka binisita tayo ng mga international agencies, we look very primitive and very barbaric. Is that correct?
That's true, yes.
Di ba? Yung ba ang gusto natin?
Masama.
In other words, sa
Masama
sinasabi ko,
talaga yan.
di ba dapat assertive kayo sa BJMP kung kulang talaga yung binibigay? Bay, sabihin nyo, bumusi na kayo, na kulang ang binibigay, mapapahamak ang bayan, at kailangan talaga, mabigyan nyo kami ng surcease sa pamamagitan ng bilisan natin itong pagtititulo ng mga lupa o
Mr.
pagbigay
President,
sa amin ng mga lupa
yes.
para magawa yan.
We don't need legislation. What we need to do is to talk to COA so that they can relax their rules insofar as BJMP is. You should do that, your own
Initiative.
initiative. Just like Mr. President,
Puro inis lang sila, wala silang shative. Di ba?
We're waiting for the answer of COA already.
you waiting for the answer.
Nakakakalbo yun eh, pag naiinis ka.
Well, they have to use it. Their 1.6 billion will be used for 213 new jail buildings in regions 1, 3, 7, 9, and 11, which is the highest congestion rates after NCR and Region 4A.
That's correct. And ang pinaka-damaging dyan ay yung pagsasama nga ng mga preso. Sinasabi nyo kanina, tama yung suggestion ni Senator Ligarda magtanim, no? Vertical, ngayon ko lang narinig yung vertical, parang Jack and the Beanstalk yun eh.
Oh, yeah, vertical garden.
Vertical garden. Well, you know, I don't have a green thumb. I'm from Ateneo. I have the blue, ano. Napaikot tuloy si Senator Juan. Now, hindi ba pwede, again, I'm talking about suggestions to you and the Bureau of Correctional. Kaya nag-interpolate ako dyan. Huwag na natin hintayin ilipat pa yung preso sa Fort Magsaysay. Doon ata ililipat, di ba? Di ba pwede na magkontrata kayo na ngayon pa lang yung mga preso na about to get out, may 5 years pa at maganda naman ang behavior. Susweldohan ng below minimum wage yun, magtatanim doon sa taas ng bundok, sa punong kahoy o doon sa baba na mga palayan. Para yung vegetables na magagawa dyan, pwedeng i-shift dito at they get time off. Ganun rin yung detention prisoner. Pumapasok kayo ako sa detention prisoner. Hindi ba kayo pwede mag-recommend na kung mga bata pa at maliit lang naman yung crime, dapat proactive kayo. Dapat sinasabi nyo rito sa Senado ngayon na dapat, ma'am, sir, siguro bawasan na natin yung pwedeng tinatawag na community service, isama na natin. Halimbawa, nangunguha doon sa supermarket, nahuli, kukulong, aabutin ng 6 na taon. In other words, kailangan pagalawin natin ang gobyerno. Kung nakatigil yung gobyerno, dapat papagalawin natin. Di ba? Di ba, Curly? Senator, General ko.
Yes.
Sinabi ko na Curly, ha? Para sumaya.
Mr. President, they will visit you to discuss this further.
They will visit me?
To discuss
I hope not to
this
arrest me,
further.
but to, No, really. This is going to be in the Committee on Justice anyway, and I'm laying the predicate for that. We have prepared the bill on this one, and we want to get this done.
Moving forward, Mr. President, I will ask them to give the Committee on Finance a copy of their inquiry with COA so that possibly we could help them so they can spend the 1.6 billion, just like what I did when we thought that COA prohibited HMOs for the bureaucracy. And during the hearing, COA relaxed it and said the executive department are allowed to have additional PhilHealth benefits and even an HMO. And so, if in a mere committee hearing, the COA can do that, they can probably do the same thing with the problem of land.
Kanina
So give us a copy
sinasabi,
of the letter.
may doctor tayo. Again, hindi ko na inabot yan dahil mahaba na yung interpellation ko sa education isang araw. Yung sinasabi natin, bigyan ng doktor ito mga ito. Sabi nga ni Senator Soto, kahit ang gusto mo, hindi mo na mabibigyan eh. In fact, I told him, yung lang 96% of our children in school have dental caries. Di wala tayong doktor. 200 dentists for how many students? About 21 million students in public school have no dentist. So, paano niya bibigyan niya? Kaya kailangan talaga, yung mga bata dyan na matutulungan natin para maiiwas, magawa natin. So, rest assured, we will seek your counsel and advice, your wisdom from the gray matter that has disappeared in the fields of wisdom. nun, ha? Okay yun, ha? Tuwa-tuwa. Sige, pagkasalbahe kayo, baka tawayin ko yung kulot. Sige, okay. Anyway, to make a long story short, Your Honor, just one final question on plebs. People's Law Enforcement Boards.
Usap na kayo.
May companion yan. May comment pa rito. Salamat, to. Natatarot na tuloy ako rito, eh. People's Law Enforcement Boards is a way upon which the citizens of this country, in a community, designed for a community, nasa kon ko na nung araw nang ginawa yung PNP. No? Yung INP, PCINP. No? I didn't want, up to now, a national police force because pagka naging corrupt sometimes, nagiging totally corrupt. Tapos wala ang control sa mayor. Parang wala tiwala sa mayor. So sabi ko, hiningi ko kay President Aquino, pwede ba ibalik ka ng konti sa mayor ang trabaho? Because mayor ako noon, eh. Pero sabi nila, mahirap raw, mahirap ko. Ginawa namin, gumawa kami ng PNP, ng plebs. We concocted plebs from the Latin word plebeian, or para yung mga common man. And the idea is yung social contract theory, yung tao sa probinsya, sa barangay o sa bayan, pagka nanakit yung pulis, nagpaputok, nalasing, may karapatan na ang tao na litisi siya sapagkat binigyan natin ng baril ang pulis, binigyan natin ng tsapa, may control sila sa ating buhay at sa ating propriedades. Pag nagluko sila, dapat alisin kagad natin. Suspend. Dismiss. Hindi yung lalaban yung tao, magagalit, kaya siguro maraming namumundok kung hindi magagawa kagad. Ang sekreto kasi sa gobyerno, sa paniwala ko, pag nakikita ng tao na mabilis ang aksyon natin sa lahat ng otoridad, nagkakaroon sila ng kumpiyansa sa gobyerno. And that's why plebs was made. Pero ano ba nangyari sa plebs? Well, ang nakita ko sa isang taon, ang kaso lang na naganap, na natapos nila ay 88 cases. Tila ba ganong ginawa yan, ayaw ng kapulisan o ayaw ng local government, ayaw nila may papel. Sa katunayan, 3 na nga yan, eh. Ang general ng PNP, si General De La Rosa, ang regional commanders, pagka nagluko ang pulis, pwede nilang summarily dismiss or summarily suspend. Hindi naman ako laban sa pulis, pero kailangan yung kidlat ang bilis para, uy, hindi tayo madidihado sa mga pulis natin, kaya magtitiwala ang tao. Pag hindi ginamit yan, pwede mo gamitin yung plebs. Pag hindi mo ginamit yung plebs at walang epekto yung plebs, walang ngipin, you can go to Napolcom. Medyo magastos na yon. Pupunta sa Napolcom at lugi kumisa ng pulis. Pagka pinahirapan niya, kukuha pa ng abogado. Gado rin yung tao, kukuha ng abogado. Kaya yung plebs, wala lang abogado doon. Pag umarap ang tao sa plebs, walang abogado, walang formality na talagang kwan, basta may hearing lang. Pagka nangyari yon, pag sinabi suspended, at siyempre, kung talaga namang makakakilala yung mga tao dyan, malamang suspended dyan or dismiss yan, kung talagang grabe. So, ano ba ang kailangan natin gawin para mapalabas yan? Kailangan ba ng budget ng plebs? Well, I'm asking the Department of Local Government. Mukhang wala kayong budget sa plebs, eh. We have too many dead letter laws. In fact, I'm in the Blue Ribbon Committee now. Lahat ng hindi pinapairal na batas, iniimbestiga ko. Ang tawag doon, non-feasance. Pag hindi pinapairal ang batas, non-feasance. So, pwede kong tawagin yan at i-recommend na dapat file ng kaso. So, kung yung plebs hindi pinapairal, may non-feasance dyan. So, para magawa yan, ano ba suggestion nyo? Gusto ko, siguro dapat magkaroon tayo ng pera, maglaan tayo dyan, lalo na at challenge ang pulis ngayon. On the one hand, at the moment, popular. Dahil matagal walang ginawa ang mga nakaraang administrasyon. Ngayon may ginagawa, natutuwa ang tao. Pero pag nadoos-dos tayo dyan, nadulas tayo, baka biglang pumihit yan. So, kailangan consistent tayo. Kailangan yung plebs, yung Polcom, yung si General, at saka yung lahat ng regional directors, mabilis kumilos. So, ano ang magagawa natin sa plebs, Mr. Secretary? Your Honor, the Secretary will advise, Your Honor. Okay, masyadong lalapit at maraming magsaselos dyan. Hindi nakikinig eh.
Strengthen local LGUs yun. Kasi ang pleb, local government units pa lang yan. We will encourage them to strengthen.
Mr. President, we will encourage the local governments to strengthen the pleb.
would it be appropriate if we say we look for some money and appropriate about 100 million for plebs?
Yes, I'm presiding over the
And
budget.
because I'm so close to the secretary or to the chairman of the Committee on Finance,
But I'll go.
and because we all want to let our public know that we're going to do something about justice here, I'm sure we can find our way clear on third reading that we will have some appropriation for plebs. And I can see everybody is nodding their head here. And I know that the gentle lady from all over, the sponsor, is one of good judgment and acts fast, not only pretty, but really quicksilver when she moves.
Puro puri. Puro puri.
Flattery will get me everywhere, right?
Not when I'm tired and sleepy.
I'm really want to ask you. You think it's possible, Your Honor? It is not what you call an earmark, but it is something that I think when we have a law, when we put out a law here, it must be enforced. It must be undertaken. And therefore, I would recommend that initially, I will ask the Secretary, how much do you think we should put into the budget for plebs? And I'm going to ask the Secretary, the Senator from Batangas, who's looking at his calculator now to his cell phone, how much we can put into
Magkano ang dapat doon?
plebs.
Huh?
And maybe some fine-tuning of plebs as well, para
Magkano po?
Budget kasi manggaling sa LGU.
we can sit down with you on how you can implement it. You don't have to earmark it to a particular municipality. It can be earmarked to a particular province so that whoever uses it has to come up with a report that they use it and they need the amount and they can draw from it.
Mga 150 million daw assistance from the national government for pleb. Assistance na yan. Kasi local government yun ang patayo.
You have the correct
88.
in your budget.
And while you're discussing it, remember plebs means plebeians, the common man, the common people of Rome.
There's a suggestion, Mr. President, that apart from the local government funding, 100 million allocation for the pleb can be provided.
I think that is a good start. However, I would tarry a little when you say the local government will fund it, because I don't want the local government clutches to influence plebs, because they can use it against a policeman that they do not like, or they can favor it. They can manipulate it. What we can do is call on local government to set aside an equal amount, but that will have to be given through local government so that it can be properly utilized. But then again, that's mechanics, and if I can get the assurance that the 100 million will be given to plebs para we can start the ball rolling, I will now terminate the proceedings, my interpellations. I will be a good boy and keep quiet, and because I think it is necessary.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Is that
Much
a yes,
appreciated.
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President, thank
It's
you.
always nice to hear yes from a beautiful lady. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Gordon.
Mr. President, may we recognize the Minority Leader, Senator Ralph Recto.
The Minority Leader, Senator Recto, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will not ask any questions. The hour is late. I would just like to make a manifestation. I am in receipt of a letter from the PNP, and the letter reads as follows. Dear Senator Recto, in support to President Rodrigo Duterte's program, trust, and programs, the fiscal year 2017 PNP budget proposal was approved through fiscal year 2017 National Expenditure Program. However, some project proposals were not considered during the deliberations of the Department of Budget and Management. In this regard, may we respectfully appeal for the possible inclusion of the following project proposals to the PNP budget through congressional initiative allocation, because these projects proposals are critical and indispensable in the PNP's performance of its mandated task, especially in the implementation of the President's priority thrust and program against criminality, namely an allocation, 425 million, provision for the construction of 80 police stations, facilities, 493 million provision for the construction of 47 police provincial offices. Ito naka-line item to, hindi lump sum, madaling gastusin. 3.3 billion provision for the procurement of equipment, particularly communications, firearms, transportation equipment needed by the PNP. 45 million for the provision of titling of donated lots. 315 million for repair and rehabilitation of air assets. I also received a call from a colleague from Senator J.V. Ejercito, and I heard him also discuss this in a previous hearing about the air assets of the PNP, and he also requested me to follow up on this issue. I'd like to put that on record as well. And several other items. Now, the total of which is almost exactly 5 billion pesos. Okay? Having said that, Mr. President, I think it is only proper for Congress. And this is, at the appropriate time, I will move as the minority leader in support of the President's initiative to equip our PNP and to give him the authority in the unprogrammed portion of the budget. Unprogrammed,
Unprogrammed.
unprogrammed, okay? It is a standby authority in effect that at least we're giving the President the option.
Yes.
Standby authority.
Okay.
Huh? There is a 67.5 billion allocation next year in the unprogrammed. There is an item there, 5 billion for AFP modernization.
Yes.
Why not provide another 5 billion for PNP modernization?
realign.
Di ba?
Yes.
Now,
Mr.
there are
President,
several
yes.
items, and I can cite so many
We
items
can
that we
realign
can
within
cut.
the 65
Correct,
for the PNP.
correct.
I
For the-
agree with you. I always agree with minority. You have very good interventions.
Thank
so
you.
Please craft the proviso for
I will
the
craft it, Madam
for
Chairman.
the realignment within, not
Of
additional
course,
to the
of course.
65 billion.
This is the
apportioned,
only time that the
yes.
minority leader will accept homework from the chairman of the committee. Hindi lalambas ng 5 billion.
Yes.
Hindi lalambas.
May hanapin tayo. Okay. Sure.
Correct, correct. Saan program? Correct, correct. Okay? So with, yes,
Yun.
with
May
that
pagkukunan
understanding,
tayo.
basta
Sharp
ilagay
sipping,
natin
alam
saan
niya.
program, di
Yung
ba?
kinap ni Nancy, lalagay natin
Correct.
sa
So 2.5, may 2.5 na rin tayong ilalagay, di ba? And, you know, remember we had this discussion the other day also on the trigger mechanisms for the unprogrammed, no?
Yes. When
Ito
revenues are
maliwanag, it is a
exceeded.
line item for a particular purpose, hindi tulad nung pag-release nung nakaraang buwan ng 20 billion pambayad sa Piatco with an obscure title. Ito maliwanag ang programa. So with that, I thank the distinguished sponsor. I will follow her instructions to craft the provision. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader, Mr. President. And just to remind the agency also that they still have 200 million from the 2015 GAA to be spent in less than 2 months. And then they still have 739 million 124 for 2017 to spend. So may pera pa sila. Yes, but I'm urging them to spend it.
Thank you, Senator Recto,
Spend it,
Majority Floor Leader.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President, may we recognize the chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs,
Tama na.
Senator Papilo Lacson.
Sige.
Senator Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Capital outlay ba yun?
With the permission of the distinguished sponsor, I have but one
Buksan mo aircon, init na.
item to be to be clarified on,
Yes.
Madam Chair. This is about the local development councils. I would just like to be educated on the composition. Are they really functioning? No? And what's their effect in the preparation of the National Expenditure Program? Anong impact nila?
The local development councils.
I'm talking in general terms, local development councils, from the barangay, municipal and city, and then provincial, all the way to the regional. Do they really matter in the preparation of the NEP or the President's
Are they
budget?
consulted? Yeah, the RDCs. Kinukonsulta niya?
Kinukonsulta sila kung input ng provincial budget. Na yung iba doon, pupunduhan ng national budget. So,
No, in the DILG budget, do you consult the local development councils now? No.
yung mga suggestion nila dumadating sa RDC,
And RDC brings it, tells the DILG.
recommends it to us. Some we feel, some
Yes. Mr. President, the local development councils bring it up to the region, the RDCs, and the RDCs bring it to the DILG.
to the
DILG?
different agencies.
To the different agencies, not just the DILG, including NEDA. And it is up to the agency which to carry and which not to. But,
How about the composition?
I'm sorry?
The composition of the local development councils.
Ang chair po niyan, ang local chief executive, governor,
The
mayor,
governor or mayor would be the chair, and then the department heads.
and the members of Congress.
Department heads? Are there departments?
Yes,
No, department heads of the local government.
of the local government. Like if
Well,
it's a
first, the
municipal.
Barangay Development Council. Kindly inform this
Give me all the
representation. Ano ba yung composition ng Barangay
Oh,
Development
barangay
Council?
chairman, and then the head of and the kagawads, and then the head of the, whoever is the kagawad, who is the chair of the environment committee. Di ba ganun eh, committees din sila eh.
25% of the membership must be coming from accredited NGOs.
In all, whether barangay or 25% or 1/4 of the local development council, whether barangay or municipio, have to come from NGOs. For example, I know, let's say, a municipal development council, let's say Calatagan, Batangas.
Yes.
The mayor is the head of the MDC. The MARO or the agriculture, the DAR officer is part of the MDC. The ENRO is part of the MDC, the environment officer. And there are the local NGOs who comprise part of the Municipal Development Council.
And representative congressman.
And a representative of the district rep or the congressman.
Yes.
These are, okay,
Yung barangay.
barangay.
So, the congressman is a member of the local development council, at least in the municipal and city, and even the provincial levels, hindi ba?
A representative of the congressman, yes.
Sa barangay. But in the municipal or city, and even in the provincial, the congressman is a member.
Yes.
The district
Yes.
representatives.
Yes, Mr. President.
The point I'm trying to drive at is para maiwasan na yung pre-enacted mga, alam mo na, yung mga projects na sabit ng mga
Yes.
congressmen. If we only follow the process involved in the submission of the local development councils, di ba kasama na yung congressman doon eh?
Yes, yes.
Ang nangyayari, nag-aagawan pa ng project yung mga congressmen at saka yung mga mayors. Kahit nga magkasama na sila sa partido, nagko-compete pa sila sa mga projects. So I would like to find out kung nasusunod yung process.
Well, actually, it's a very good setup because it's representative of all sectors, including the NGOs. Now, is it actually
Is it being
followed?
practiced? That's my point.
Not 100%, but uneven, but in some cases.
In some places, maybe it can be strengthened. Maybe if we are stricter in adhering to this. Not all congressmen send representatives in the council meetings.
How about the timelines? When do they meet? When do they do their organizational meeting, and how often do they meet?
How
Are they
often do
holding
they-
regular meetings? When do they submit their outputs?
of the councils are constituted within the first 3 months of the term, and the councils should be convened by the mayor or by the barangay chairman.
First 3 months of the
regularly.
term, meaning
Upon
June,
election.
July, August, within the third quarter of the month, I suppose. So how soon can they finish their plan, the local development plan?
Because the budgeting calendar of the LGU ends on, dapat na-adapt by December yung kanilang budget.
So in a way, it's like us. They're elected. The local officials are elected in May. They convene it within the first 3 months of their incumbency, and they have to pass their own budget. So they have to convene their council meetings and pass the budget by December.
And they have to go through, they have to pass it through the councils, hindi ba?
Their local councils.
Their local councils. So what is now the relationship with the NEP, the national budget? You're only talking of the local budget,
local budget.
yung sa
What-
local
what-
income
I
nila.
see
But
what
there
you-
are so
what you
many local government units na IRA dependent, di ba? Wala naman silang revenues outside of IRA, if at all.
But the ERA is formula-based eh. So, hindi kailangan ng context ng local to determine the share of the LGU. Population lang.
I'm not certain whether all these local councils and all their outputs are actually used in crafting the NEP. Maybe the RDCs. The RDCs would have a bigger voice in
But the source of
Crafting
the source of the RDC, when
is
they
the
craft
local,
their
is the
regional,
munisipyo.
yes.
It's a barangay. Correct. Kaya nga, so what the DILG should do is to really first monitor who are the active LDCs from barangay level. So in every region, you all know the barangay, you know who are the active or inactive LDCs, and activate them. And then give them a template of a process on how they can consult, and all their outputs should be given hanggang pataas, munisipyo, provincial, up to the region.
Yeah, my question
And
is
then gather
that really
the-
happening?
Not in all, uneven.
That's why there's a disconnect between
There's a disconnect.
the needs and the priorities of the local government units.
You're correct.
At saka yung GAA, hindi ba?
So, very
Every
good.
time we pass the
Yes,
GAA, hindi alam
Nung pangangailangan.
hindi
Tama.
alam ang pangailangan ng local government units.
So ang gagawin
And
natin,
we have
gagawa tayo ng special provision that will stress the importance of the LDCs. And we will include there a quarterly report from the DILG on the outputs of their consultation in manning all these LDCs.
so that they can be consolidated,
Yes.
integrated in the RDC,
So,
where the NEDA
the
is
Senate
the one
Finance-
chairing it. Hindi
Yes.
ba regional director ng NEDA ang nagche-chair ng RDC?
Yes. No.
No,
The regional
Secretariat, I'm sorry.
the regional development councils are
Composed of
elect
the
among
governors.
themselves the
Yes.
governor.
And the
So-
Secretariat is the NEDA.
Yes. So what we will do, I get what you mean and I agree with you, is we will include a special provision in the DILG budget where, as oversight function of the Senate Finance Committee, the congressional, they will submit to us their quarterly report on the outputs of the RDCs based on the submissions of the LDCs.
And they should be submitted before the budget call
Yes.
is issued by the DBCC.
It will be both. In the budget call and in the monitoring and evaluation, O&M, EM, evaluation monitoring of the projects we gave. So from the needs to the budget call to placing it in the NEP, and after we've given it, how they're spending their money, evaluation of the expenditure. So all year round. So we will have quarterly reports from the DILG, which they will ask the RDCs down the line.
So can we have an assurance from the
Yes, I will ask
DILG
them.
family that
Yes. Yes, they will do that. We will do that special provision, and we will ask
Can we operationalize it in the 2018 budget?
No, 2017.
No, 2018. It's too late for the 2017 budget because we're already discussing the budget.
No, no, what
The
I'm saying...
output, no, Mr.
The output,
Madam
yes,
Chairman,
yes.
Madam Chairperson, the output of the local development council should be incorporated in the NEP.
In the NEP of 2018.
They should be included when there's a budget call.
But the budget call is already January, February, March.
First quarter.
So, kayang gawin, oo. So, it's only November. But by what I'm saying, we will have a special provision in the 2017 budget just so that this concept, which has long been here, is activated and institutionalized.
In fact, it is so provided in the local government code, hindi ba?
Yes,
Nandiyan yan eh.
1992 pa yan eh. Oo.
1991.
91.
1991 ba yung?
91.
Yeah, 91.
91 pa.
But hindi nasusunod. All these years, hindi naman nasusunod yung proseso. That is why there's a disconnect between the needs, as I said earlier, di ba, yung needs and priorities of the local government units, hindi naman talaga nasasama sa national budget. Ang nangyayari, yung mga congressmen, sila yung singit ng mga projects, hindi naman kinukonsulta din yung mga mayors. Hindi ba? So if they're meeting, say, in the second quarter of the year, their outputs may be included in the discussion of the 2018 National Expenditure Program come February or March next year. Because by first quarter of next year, DBCC will issue a budget call and already craft the President's budget for 2018.
Pwede kayo ang gumawa para sa amin ng special provision sa budget din ninyo on just reiterating the importance of this and the repertorial.
Yes, ma'am. Pati yung
Kaya na.
link ng local.
Yung link ng local mula sa barangay hanggang sa munisipyo, hanggang sa probinsya, hanggang sa RDC, na dapat yun ay mabigay sa NEDA at
For the DPCC.
para sa DBCC. Sa NEP. Oo.
That's all, Madam Chairman. Meron sana ako ibang tanong pa pero masyadong late na.
Maganda.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Si Yusek ang gagawa
Si
ng special
Auster.
provision in consultation with you.
Please.
Yun ang homework mo.
Okay.
O, sige.
Homework ko?
Thank you,
Nagtatanong
Senator
kayo eh.
Lacson.
Nagtatanong kayo.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President,
Maganda yan, ha? Maganda yan.
there are no more reservations for interpellation.
Pahabain.
So I move that the Department of Interior and Local Government's budget,
Tapos
including its attached agencies, be considered, the budget be considered deemed submitted.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the Department of the Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies is deemed submitted.
Mr. President, we have a 1-minute suspension.
Session suspended.
thank you, ma'am.
Girls.
Hello? Ay, alam niyo na yun. Mabiyong Chay.
Session resumed.
Resolution. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we tackle the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform.
Any objection? Hearing none.
I've not received any reservation for interpellation, Mr. President, so I move that we submit the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform I move that it be deemed submitted for consideration, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. The budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform is deemed submitted.
Tapusin natin yung BCD.
BCDA din?
BCDA.
Bakala ko, ano ka?
Ito yung subig. Hindi naman kasama yung subig sa BCDA.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Basis Conversion and Development Authority.
Any objection? Hearing none.
There are no reservations for interpellation, Mr. President, so I move that the budget of the Basis Conversion and Development Authority be deemed submitted for consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none. The budget of the Basis Conversion and Development Authority is deemed submitted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority.
Any objection? Hearing none.
Mr. President, there are no reservations for interpellation. I move that the budget of TESDA be deemed submitted for consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none. The budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, is deemed submitted.
Thank you. Mr. President, for the budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, we'll take it up next week, Mr. President. I move to suspend the session until Monday. John? Ha? Hindi pwede, baka walang ano.
Tuloy pa.
Suspend lang. Wala kang quorum. Mr. President, I move to suspend the session until 9 o'clock in the morning of Monday, November 21?
That's correct.
November 21, 2016.
Any objection? Hearing none. The session is suspended until 9 o'clock, November 21, Monday.